Tonight, my potatoes, we arrive at a 17th century port town, a place that woke before sunrise and rarely fell completely silent. Here, daily life moved to the rhythm of tides and bells, shaped by merchants, sailors, smells of salt and tar, and routines repeated so often they barely needed words. If you enjoy these quiet journeys through history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and allow the night to settle in. You wake before dawn in your timber-framed house, the kind with walls that lean slightly inward and floors that creak with the memory of 100 footsteps. The room smells of salt and smoke, that particular blend that never quite leaves coastal homes no matter how many times you scrub the floorboards. Through the gaps in the shutters you can hear the harbour stirring, not with sudden noise but with the gradual accumulation of sounds that means the port is stretching awake. The first thing you notice, even before you're fully conscious, is the quality of the air. It's different here than it would be inland, heavier somehow, carrying the weight of ocean moisture mixed with the earthier scents of fish and tar and wet rope. Your lungs have grown so accustomed to this particular atmosphere that you'd probably feel uneasy breathing anything else. When your cousin visited from the countryside last summer, she complained that the air felt thick enough to chew. You hadn't known what she meant until you visited her farm and found yourself gasping at how thin and empty the inland air seemed. You swing your legs out of bed, feet finding the wooden floor that's always slightly damp this close to the water. The cold travels up through your soles, a morning greeting you've learned to expect. Your house sits 3 streets back from the main wharf, close enough that you can gauge the tide by sound alone. Right now, it's coming in. You can tell by the way the water slaps against the dock pilings, with a particular hollow rhythm. When the tide goes out, the sound changes entirely, becoming more of a sucking whisper as the sea retreats across the mudflats. The pre-dawn light filtering through your shutters has that strange quality you've learned means fog. Not the thick pea soupers that sometimes roll in during autumn, but the light morning haze that will burn off by mid-morning once the sun gains proper strength. You've learned to read weather the way some people read books, interpreting signs that would mean nothing to someone who didn't live by the sea's moods. Dressing in the half-light, you pull on the same layers you wore yesterday, the ones that smell least of fish and sweat. Laundry happens when it happens, usually when your daughter complains that your shirt could probably walk to the washing tub by itself. The fashion here runs toward practical rather than decorative. Woolen breeches that can survive salt spray, a linen shirt that's been mended so many times the original fabric is hard to identify, and a leather jerkin that's supposed to provide some protection against the wind that never quite stops blowing. By the time you make it downstairs, your wife has already coaxed the kitchen fire back to life. The hearth dominates the main room, built large enough that you could roast a whole sheep if you were the sort of person who could afford whole sheep. More typically, it hosts a perpetual pot of something, usually fish stew or oat porridge, occasionally both if you've had a particularly good week. The fire's warmth hasn't spread far yet, and the corners of the room still hold pockets of cold air that will linger until noon. Your wife moves through her morning routine with the efficiency of someone who's performed the same actions for 20 years. Bread from yesterday gets cut into thick slices. Butter, if there's any butter. More likely just the bread. Maybe softened in whatever's warming in the pot. She doesn't say much this early. Neither of you do. Morning conversation is a luxury for people who don't have to be at the docks before the fishing boats return. Through the open door you can hear the port's morning symphony beginning in earnest now. Someone's hammering metal against metal, probably the smithy 3 streets over, getting an early start on whatever repairs accumulated yesterday. A dog barks, is told to shut up and barks again anyway. Footsteps on cobblestones, dozens of them all heading in the same general direction, toward the water. You eat your bread quickly, washing it down with small beer that tastes like it's gone slightly off but probably hasn't. Everything tastes like it's gone slightly off when you live this close to fish markets. Your youngest daughter appears, already dressed, looking more awake than any child should at this hour. She's reached that age where she wants to be involved in everything. Asks questions about ship rigging and cargo manifests and why exactly ships float in the first place. You've tried explaining about displacement and hulls and why oak is better than pine, But your understanding of these matters is more practical than theoretical. Ships float because they're built right, and they sink when they're not. That's the extent of your naval architecture expertise. Outside, the sky is lightened enough that you can make out the masts in the harbour. They rise like a forest of bare trees, swaying slightly even though there's barely any wind yet. Counting them has become a habit. You do it without thinking, the same way you might count your children before bed to make sure everyone's home. 23 ships are currently at anchor, which means business is decent but not booming. During the height of summer, you've seen 40 or more crowding the harbour, their crews competing for dock space and unloading priority. The walk to the waterfront takes you through streets that grow narrower the closer you get to the docks. Houses lean toward each other overhead, upper stories jutting out far enough that neighbours could shake hands across the gap if they wanted to. The streets themselves are less streets and more suggestions. Cobblestones laid down whenever someone got around to it, filling in the gaps between buildings that were constructed according to no particular plan. You navigate more by muscle memory than sight, knowing which corners to cut and which puddles never drain even in drought. Other workers appear from doorways and alleys, joining the general flow toward the harbour. You recognise most of them by silhouette alone. There's Willem, who works the crane that hoists cargo from ship to shore. Margaret, who sells bread to sailors fresh off long voyages. Young Thomas, who's apprenticed to a rope maker and always smells like hemp. Nobody talks much. It's too early for conversation. And besides, you'll have 12 hours together at the docks to say whatever needs saying. The harbour itself opens up suddenly, the cramped streets giving way to a wide expanse of wharves and warehouses and water. The fog sits heavier here, softening the edges of everything so that distant ships look like ghost vessels from some legend. The water surface is glass smooth in the protected harbour, broken only by the occasional ripple from a fish or the wake of an early rowing boat. You can smell breakfast cooking on several of the anchored ships, bacon and onions if your nose isn't lying. Sailors who've been at sea for weeks often cook elaborate meals their first morning in port, celebrating the availability of fresh food that doesn't need to be pickled or salted or dried until it's practically inedible. The smell makes your stomach remind you that bread alone doesn't constitute a proper breakfast, but there's no help for it now. The wharfmaster is already at his post, which surprises nobody because the wharfmaster is always at his post. You've sometimes wondered if he actually sleeps there, curled up in the small office that juts out over the water like a wooden growth. He nods as you pass, checking your face against some internal roster he maintains. He knows everyone who works the docks, knows who's reliable and who needs watching, who can be trusted with delicate cargo, and who should only handle sacks of grain that can survive a drop or two. Your job today, assuming the ships cooperate, will involve unloading whatever cargo needs unloading, and loading whatever cargo needs loading. It's not complicated work, but it's particular. Every type of goods requires its own handling. You don't stack barrels of wine the same way you stack crates of pottery, and you definitely don't approach bales of wool the same way you'd approach casks of gunpowder. You've learned these distinctions the way you learn to walk, through a combination of instruction, observation, and occasional painful mistakes. The first ship scheduled to unload this morning sits low in the water, which means she's carrying something heavy. Lead, maybe, or iron bars, or possibly just a massive quantity of salt. You'll find out soon enough. The crew is already moving around on deck, preparing lines and checking the rigging. Sailors move with a particular grace that land dwellers never quite achieve, balancing on surfaces that shift and tilt, making it look effortless. The sun breaks through the fog just enough to turn the harbour into something almost beautiful. Light reflects off the water in shifting patterns, and for a moment you can see why painters sometimes set up easels along the waterfront, trying to capture this particular quality of morning on canvas. Then someone drops a barrel behind you, the crash destroying any poetic ambience, and the workday properly begins. Your house, like every house within shouting distance of the harbour, bears the marks of its proximity to salt water. The wooden shutters have that bleached, weathered look that comes from constant exposure to sea air. The nails holding them in place show orange traces of rust no matter how often they're replaced. Even the stones in the foundation have taken on a darkened, damp appearance that never quite dries out. as if they've absorbed so much moisture over the years that they've given up trying to be properly dry. Inside, the battle against dampness is constant and never truly won. Your wife maintains a vigil that would put castle guards to shame, checking corners for mould, airing out bedding whenever the weather permits, and burning herbs that supposedly help prevent rot. The smell of lavender and rosemary is nearly as constant as the smell of salt, and while it doesn't actually stop the dampness, it at least makes the dampness smell better. The house itself is 3 stories of timber and plaster, though calling the 3rd story a proper floor is generous. It's more of a large attic where your older children sleep and where you store things that need to be kept dry, which is ironic, because the roof leaks in at least 4 places that you know about, and probably several more that you haven't discovered yet. Every heavy rain becomes an exercise in strategic bucket placement. The main living area occupies the ground floor, centred around that massive hearth. The room serves as kitchen, dining room, workshop, and general gathering space all at once. Your wife's spinning wheel sits in the corner near the window where the light is best. Your daughter's slate for practicing letters rests on the table, surrounded by the crumbs of countless meals. A cabinet that belonged to your wife's grandmother stands against one wall, its shelves displaying the few pieces of pottery nice enough to be shown off rather than used. The floor is packed earth in most rooms, covered with rushes that need replacing more often than you'd like. Only the main room has actual wooden floorboards, and those are so worn in the traffic patterns that you can see the grain standing up in ridges. You've thought about sanding them smooth again, but that feels like the kind of project that gets perpetually postponed in favour of more urgent repairs. The walls are supposed to be whitewashed, and they are in theory. In practice, they're a patchwork of different shades where you've repaired sections or covered stains or just given up and let the original plaster show through. Your wife has hung bundles of dried herbs from the ceiling beams, partly for cooking and partly because she insists they help with the smell. Whether they actually help or just contribute different smells to the existing collection is debatable. Furniture is sparse and practical. The table is oak, heavy enough that moving it requires 2 strong people and a sense of purpose. The chairs don't match. 3 came from different neighbours over the years. One you built yourself during a winter when there wasn't enough dock work, and the smallest one was a gift from your brother-in-law, who felt guilty about something you've since forgotten. None of them are particularly comfortable, but comfort isn't really the point of chairs in a working household. The 2nd floor holds the sleeping quarters, divided by thin walls that don't reach all the way to the ceiling. Privacy is more concept than reality. You can hear your neighbours' arguments through the shared wall, and they can undoubtedly hear yours. You've learned to recognise their footsteps and know their routines almost as well as your own. When their baby was sick last month, everyone within 3 houses lost sleep together. Your bedroom contains a bed, a chest for storing clothes, and a small table that holds a candle and whatever book you're currently failing to make time to read. The bed itself is a construction of rope and a straw mattress that needs retightening regularly. When the ropes stretch, the mattress sags into a shape that guarantees a backache. Your wife has mastered the art of the rope bed adjustment, though she claims you deliberately let it go too long before mentioning the problem. The children share a room that's theoretically large enough for all of them but practically feels like a game of human Tetris. 2 beds, arranged in an L shape, somehow accommodate 4 children through a combination of careful scheduling and the youngest ones being small enough to double up. Your oldest son, who's nearly grown, has started making noises about needing his own space. You've started making noises back about him being nearly grown enough to find his own lodging. Water is a constant concern. You have a well in the tiny courtyard behind the house, shared with 2 other families. The water tastes metallic and slightly off, but at least it's reliably wet. For washing, you collect rainwater in barrels when you can, though the same rain that fills your barrels also finds its way through your roof. There's probably a metaphor in there somewhere about the double-edged nature of blessings, but you're too tired to work it out. The courtyard serves as an outdoor workspace, a storage area, and the place where things go to be forgotten. Old barrels that might be useful someday lean against the wall, lengths of rope too short for dock work but too long to throw away hang from pegs. Your wife's washing line stretches across the space, currently empty but destined to be full of laundry by afternoon if the weather holds. The privy occupies one corner of the courtyard, a wooden structure that's exactly as pleasant as you'd expect for something that's essentially a shed with a hole in it. It's positioned downwind from the house, which helps in theory but matters less when you consider that the wind here changes direction about 6 times a day. Your children have developed impressive bladder control as a result of wanting to avoid nighttime trips to the outhouse. The neighbours on your left side are a family of rope makers. You can hear the rhythmic thwacking of their work through the shared wall, a sound that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore. The neighbours on your right are a widow and her adult daughter who take in sewing. The daughter has a voice that carries, particularly when she's arguing with suitors, which is often. You know more about her romantic life than you've ever wanted to know. Your street, like most streets in this part of town, lacks an official name. People call it the street where the sailmaker used to live, even though the sailmaker moved away 7 years ago and was replaced by a man who repairs nets. This seems to bother the net repairman, but not enough for him to do anything about it. Trying to change what people call a street is like trying to change the tide schedule. Theoretically possible, but practically pointless. The houses crowd together with barely enough space between them for a skinny cat to pass through. This isn't by design, but rather by the organic growth of a port town where every square foot of land near the docks is valuable. Buildings grew up wherever there was space, sometimes sharing walls, sometimes using a neighbour's wall as one of your own, creating an architectural patchwork that follows no plan except the plan of putting a roof over your head, as close to work as possible. Windows are small and few, glass is expensive and shutters serve just fine for most purposes. Your house has actual glass in 2 windows, both on the street side where visitors might see them. The glass is thick and wavy, making everything outside look slightly distorted, but it lets in light while keeping out wind. That counts as luxury here. The door to the street is oak, reinforced with iron bands, and heavy enough that your youngest daughter can't open it without help. It's barred at night with a beam as thick as your forearm. The harbour attracts all sorts, and while your neighbourhood isn't particularly dangerous, it's not particularly safe either. Things disappear from courtyards. Drunk sailors looking for lodging sometimes try doors to see if they'll open. Better to bar the door and sleep soundly than trust in the kindness of strangers. Evening in your home means candlelight and firelight, and trying to accomplish whatever needs accomplishing before darkness makes it impossible. Your wife sews by the fire, squinting at her work. Your children do their chores with varying degrees of enthusiasm and success. You might repair some piece of equipment that broke during the day, or sharpen tools, or just sit and feel your back complain about the 12 hours of lifting you put it through. The house settles as it cools, making creaking and popping sounds that you've learned to distinguish from the sounds of actual problems. There's the post that always groans when the temperature drops, the board near the window that clicks when stepped on just right, the rafter that scrapes against its neighbour when the wind comes from the east. These are the nighttime sounds of your home, as familiar as your own breathing. When you finally head upstairs to sleep, the day's work sits in your muscles like stones. The bed's sag becomes almost comfortable when you're this tired. Through the walls you can hear your neighbours settling in as well, footsteps overhead, voices through the plaster, and the general symphony of people ending their days. Outside, the harbour continues its work. The tides don't care whether you're awake or asleep. Ships arrive and depart by their own schedules. The sea keeps its own hours, and everyone who lives near it adjusts their lives accordingly. The morning market sets up while you're still hauling cargo at the docks, but you can track its progress by sound. First comes the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, dozens of them converging on the market square from different directions. Then the shouts begin, vendors claiming their spots, arguing over who was there first, negotiating the invisible boundaries that separate one stall from another. By the time the sun is properly up, the market is in full voice, a cacophony that can be heard 3 streets away. You finish your dock work around mid-morning, your back providing detailed complaints about every barrel you've lifted. The wharfmaster tallies your hours on a board that's more scratches and marks than wood at this point. Payment happens on Saturday, assuming the merchants actually pay the wharfmaster, who pays the dock foreman, who pays you. It's a system that works until it doesn't, and you've learned to keep mental track of what you're owed versus what you've actually received. The walk from dock to market takes you through the commercial heart of the port town. Here the buildings are slightly taller, slightly better maintained, and bearing signs that advertise their wares. A ship chandler occupies a corner building, his windows full of rope and canvas and mysterious brass instruments that supposedly help with navigation. Next to him, a tavern is already doing steady business despite the hour. Sailors operate on their own schedules, and when you've just spent 6 weeks at sea, 10 in the morning feels perfectly reasonable for a drink. A man selling broadsheets stands near the market entrance, shouting headlines about wars and kings and events that may or may not be true. You've learned to be sceptical of news that comes printed on cheap paper, but people buy the sheets anyway, hungry for information about the wider world. The printer makes most of his money from the advertisements on the back page, notices about ships departing, cargo for sale, and rewards for runaway apprentices. The market square isn't actually square. It's more of an irregular polygon that exists in the space between buildings that were put up without much concern for civic planning. Someone tried to organise it once, painting lines to mark stall locations, but the lines have long since faded and been ignored anyway. Stall placement is determined by tradition, seniority, and occasionally by who's willing to show up earliest to claim the best spots. The fish sellers occupy the section nearest the docks, which makes sense given their product's freshness requirements. They've arranged their wares on tables covered with seaweed, the fish laid out in neat rows that disguise the fact that most of these fish were swimming yesterday. The sellers keep up a constant patter, praising their fish's firm flesh and clear eyes, claiming each catch is the finest of the morning. You've learned to judge fish quality yourself. The eyes are indeed important, but so is the smell, the texture of the skin, and whether the gills are still bright red. A woman you've known for years, Margaret of the Good Fish, spots you and gestures toward a particularly nice-looking cod. You examine it with the seriousness it deserves, checking for the signs that separate merely acceptable fish from genuinely good fish. The flesh springs back when you press it. The eyes haven't clouded. Margaret watches this inspection with the patience of someone who knows her product is solid. You negotiate a price that's probably fair to both of you. Though you both pretend to be slightly dissatisfied, it's expected. Beyond the fish sellers, the market spreads into other specialties. Vegetables from local farms, looking somewhat sad this late in autumn but still edible. Bread from 3 different bakers, each claiming superiority over the others in ways that seem to involve ancient grudges and complicated family histories. A woman sells eggs from a cart, the eggs nested in straw, and swears these are from her own chickens, even though everyone knows she buys them from a farmer 10 miles inland and marks them up. The butcher operates from a permanent stall that's more shop than stall, with actual walls and a roof and a counter worn smooth by years of transactions. He's got mutton today, and pork, and something he claims is beef but might be old dairy cow. The prices are high enough that you mentally calculate whether you can afford meat this week, or whether you're looking at another few days of fish and bread. Your wife has opinions about your fish and bread diet, specifically that she's tired of cooking it and you're all tired of eating it. Cloth sellers occupy a favoured position near the market centre, their wares colourful enough to attract attention. Most of what they're selling is wool, practical, warm and waterproof when properly treated. But there are also linens for those who can afford them, and even a few pieces of silk for those who can afford them and want everyone to know it. You finger a piece of wool that would make a good winter cloak, calculate the cost against your recent earnings, and move on. Winter is coming, but it's not here yet. A general goods merchant has spread an impressive array of items across 2 tables. Nails, knives, cooking pots, needles, thread, buttons, buckles, and mysterious items whose purposes you can only guess at. His prices are higher than they should be, but he's the only source for many of these goods unless you want to wait for a ship from London to bring specialised items. He knows this and prices accordingly. The cheese seller has actual cheese from actual dairy cows, aged in caves somewhere inland, and the smell alone is enough to make your mouth water. You buy a small round of something hard and yellow that the seller promises will last through winter without going bad. Whether it will last through winter in your house is another question. Your children have been known to chip pieces off when they think nobody's watching. Spices occupy a corner of the market where a merchant who considers himself several steps above the common vendors has set up something approaching a proper shop. He's got pepper, which is expensive but worth it, Cinnamon, which is more expensive and possibly worth it if you're the sort of person who puts cinnamon in things. Strange powders in jars labelled with names you can't pronounce, which he swears will transform ordinary food into extraordinary food. You're sceptical, but your wife has expressed interest in something called cardamom, so you inquire about prices and immediately regret it. A potter sells bowls and cups and plates, all of them brown and practical and approximately the same shape. He's been at this corner for 15 years, and every house in the neighbourhood contains at least 3 of his bowls. They're not beautiful, but they're cheap and they don't break easily, which matters more than beauty when you're serving stew to hungry children. The market also hosts less permanent vendors, people who show up sporadically with whatever they've made or found or salvaged. Today there's a man selling rope scraps, which you might have use for. A woman with baskets woven from reeds. A boy who claims these shells are special shells, lucky shells, shells that will bring fortune to whoever owns them. The shells look like regular shells to you, but people are buying them anyway. Arguments break out periodically, accusations of short waits, disputes over whose customer was who's first, and complaints about someone's fish stinking up someone else's bread. A market official wanders through occasionally, settling disputes with the authority of someone who's seen every possible market argument and is unimpressed by all of them. He carries a set of standard weights to verify scales, and vendors suddenly become very interested in checking their own measurements when they see him coming. Children weave through the crowd, some running errands for their parents, some just running because market day is exciting. They cluster around a man doing magic tricks. At least, he calls them magic tricks, though you're fairly certain that coin didn't actually disappear so much as end up in his other hand. The children don't care. They gasp and applaud and beg him to do it again. Your wife appears from somewhere, basket already half full of purchases you'll need to account for later. She's got bread and vegetables and something wrapped in cloth that she won't show you, which means it's either a surprise or something she thinks you'll object to spending money on. Possibly both. She examines your fish purchase, nods approval, and adds it to her basket. The market will continue until early afternoon, then gradually disperse as vendors pack up their remaining goods. Some items will be cheaper in the final hour, bread that won't be fresh tomorrow, fish that definitely won't be fresh tomorrow, and vegetables that are already borderline. Smart shoppers with flexible schedules wait until the end, gambling that they'll get bargains without missing out on everything good. You've tried this strategy. The results have been mixed. The tavern called the Mermaid's Rest occupies a building that looks like it might collapse if everyone inside leaned left at the same time. The floors tilt at angles that seem to defy basic principles of construction, and the whole structure emits creaks that sound like complaints. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, the Mermaid's Rest has been serving ale and gossip for longer than anyone can remember, and will probably continue doing so long after more sensible buildings have fallen down. You push through the door around evening when the day's work is finally finished and your muscles have progressed from complaining to outright rebellion. The interior is dark despite several windows, partly because the windows are small and dirty, partly because the ceiling is low and smoke-stained. The room smells of ale and sweat and wood smoke, with underlying notes of spilled wine and yesterday's stew. It's not a pleasant smell exactly, but it's familiar, and after 12 hours of moving cargo, familiar counts for a lot. The tavern keeper, a woman named Beatrice who's built like a barrel and has a personality to match, nods toward your usual corner. The table there is slightly more level than the others, which is why it's popular and why you have to arrive early to claim it. You settle onto a bench that's been worn smooth by countless other dock workers settling onto it at the end of countless other days. Beatrice brings ale without asking what you want, because what you want is always ale, and specifically the cheap ale rather than the slightly less cheap ale. The cup is wooden, the rim darkened by years of lips, and the ale inside is brown and cloudy and tastes like bread that started to go bad, which is basically what it is. You drink it anyway. After the day you've had, it tastes like victory. Other workers filter in gradually, each claiming their customary spots through a combination of habit and unspoken territorial agreements. Willem arrives, still smelling of the tar he works with on the docks. Margaret's husband comes in, probably sent by Margaret to limit how long he stays and how much he drinks. Young Thomas appears with his master, the rope maker, who immediately launches into a technical discussion about rope tension that nobody else cares about, but everyone will pretend to listen to. The conversation starts slowly, building like a fire that needs time to catch. Someone mentions the ship that arrived this morning from Amsterdam. Someone else knows someone who knows someone on that ship and heard they'd had trouble with pirates near the channel. This leads to other pirate stories, each more dramatic than the last, until you're fairly certain no one involved in this conversation has ever actually seen a pirate, but everyone has strong opinions about them. A group of sailors occupies the far corner, their voices loud with the particular enthusiasm of men who've recently been paid. They're from the merchant ship that unloaded salt this morning, celebrating their wages before those wages disappear into the pockets of landlords and tavern keepers and the various merchants who'll be happy to sell them things they don't need. One of them is demonstrating some knot that he swears saved the ship during a storm, though his hands are unsteady enough that the demonstration isn't particularly convincing. The tavern fills gradually as evening properly sets in. Workers from all over the port area congregate here. Not just dock workers, but also the coopers who make barrels, the sail makers who repair canvas, the chandlers who supply ships, the customs officers who extract taxes, and the scribes who record transactions. Everyone who makes their living from the sea's commerce eventually ends up at the Mermaid's Rest, drawn by cheap ale and the comfort of complaining to people who understand what you're complaining about. Beatrice moves through the crowd with surprising grace for someone her size, delivering drinks and food and sharp comments in equal measure. She runs this tavern with iron efficiency, tolerating no nonsense and suffering no fools. When an argument breaks out near the bar, something about someone owing someone money, or maybe about someone looking at someone else's wife, it's hard to tell. Beatrice simply appears between them, arms crossed, and the argument dies instantly. Nobody argues with Beatrice. Beatrice could probably stop a war through sheer force of disapproval. The food, when you order it, is basic but substantial. Stew that's been simmering all day, full of meat and vegetables and things that might be either onions or potatoes depending on what was available. Bread for soaking up the stew, crusty on the outside and soft inside, still warm from whenever it was baked. The portions are generous because Beatrice understands that men who spend 12 hours lifting heavy things need fuel to recover. Music starts around the second hour, provided by an old sailor who's missing 3 fingers, but can still coax surprisingly good sounds from a small wooden flute. He knows maybe 6 songs, plays them in the same order every night, and nobody complains because these are good songs, the kind everyone knows the words to, even if they can't remember where they learned them. Some songs are about the sea, naturally. Some are about women, inevitably. Some are about drinking, appropriately. One is about a rooster that challenged the king to a duel, which doesn't make much sense but has a catchy melody. The atmosphere grows warmer and louder as the evening progresses. Conversations overlap until individual words become impossible to distinguish, creating a general roar punctuated by occasional shouts of laughter or argument. The air grows thick with pipe smoke. Everyone seems to be smoking cheap tobacco that smells like burning rope. Your eyes water, but opening a window would let in cold air, so the smoke stays. Someone proposes a dice game, which leads to several dice games, which leads to the inevitable accusations of loaded dice and suspicious rolling techniques. Money changes hands based on the tumbling of small bone cubes, fortunes rising and falling with each throw. You watch rather than participate, having learned that dice games at the Mermaid's Rest tend to favour the house, in ways that aren't immediately obvious, but become clear when you calculate your losses later. Stories circulate like currency, each person trying to top the previous tale. A carpenter describes a house he's building that's supposedly the finest in the district, with glass in every window and floorboards so perfectly fitted you could roll a marble across them without hitting a crack. A fisherman talks about the enormous cod he almost caught, describing it with hand gestures that suggest it was roughly the size of a rowboat. A merchant's clerk complains about his employer's son, who's being trained to take over the business despite having apparently the intelligence of a wooden post. The tavern also serves as an unofficial news bureau. Here you learn which ships are hiring, which merchants are paying fair wages, which captains are cruel and which are merely demanding. You hear about the storm that damaged 3 ships last week off the coast of France. Someone's cousin knows someone who heard that war might be coming again. though with whom and about what remains unclear. A new regulation from London apparently requires different paperwork for imported wine, which means more work for customs officers and more delays for everyone else. Young Thomas gets progressively drunker, his face flushing red as he tries to keep pace with older, more experienced drinkers. His master notices and cuts him off, over Thomas's loud protests that he's perfectly fine, which he demonstrates by attempting to stand and immediately sitting back down hard. The master hauls him to his feet and guides him toward the door, Thomas still insisting that one more drink would be reasonable and appropriate. As the night deepens, some people leave while others settle in for the duration. The serious drinkers separate themselves from the social drinkers, their focus narrowing to the cup in front of them and the regular rhythm of lifting it, drinking, putting it down, and repeating. Beatrice watches them with the careful eye of someone who knows exactly when a customer has crossed from profitable to problematic. The conversation at your table has cycled through work complaints to family updates, to vague plans that will probably never materialise. Willem mentions he's thinking of looking for better work, maybe inland where the hours are more predictable. You've heard him say this before, and you'll probably hear him say it again in 6 months. But you nod sympathetically anyway. Everyone talks about getting out of dock work. Nobody actually does it. When you finally push back from the table, legs slightly unsteady, the world has taken on that softened quality that comes from several cups of ale on an empty stomach. The walk home requires concentration. The cobblestones seem determined to trip you, and the familiar streets look slightly different in the darkness. The harbour water reflects moonlight, turning the port into something almost magical. At least until you remember it's the same dirty water that smells like fish and worse. Your house, when you reach it, is dark except for a single candle in the window. Your wife has left it burning as a guide, a small gesture that fills you with more gratitude than several cups of ale probably warrant. You fumble with the door latch, trying to be quiet and failing completely, and make your way to bed, where sleep arrives quickly and without mercy. You've never owned a clock, but you don't need one. The tide tells time better than any mechanism of gears and springs ever could. You've learned to read its schedule in the water's voice, in the height of the waves against the dock pilings, and in the smell of exposed mud flats that marks low tide as surely as a bell marks the hour. This morning, or possibly early afternoon, the distinction matters less when your schedule follows water rather than sun. The tide is going out. You can hear it in the particular sucking sound the harbour makes as water retreats, pulling back to expose the posts that usually stay submerged. The whole port operates on this rhythm, every activity timed to match what the sea allows. Ships can only enter the harbour at high tide, when there's enough depth to clear the sandbar that lurks at the harbour mouth like a trap for unwary captains. You've watched ships attempt entry at low tide, seen them scrape bottom and stick fast, their crews forced to wait for the water's return while everyone on shore laughs at their impatience. The local pilots, who know every inch of the harbour bottom, charge extra for guiding ships in during marginal conditions. Unloading happens on the falling tide. The ships sit high enough that gangplanks can reach from deck to dock, and the work proceeds with urgency because everyone knows the window is limited. When the tide comes fully in, the ships rise too high, the angle becomes wrong, and unloading stops until the tide turns again. You've got maybe 4 hours to move whatever cargo needs moving before the water makes the decision for you. Your work today involves barrels, endless barrels of wine brought from France in a ship that smells like an enormous grape. Each barrel weighs as much as a small person and requires 2 men to manoeuvre it safely down the gangplank. You've developed a technique over the years, a particular way of gripping the rim and shifting your weight that makes the barrels roll rather than deadlifting their full weight. Your back still protests, but less violently than it would with poor technique. The copperage sits 50 yards from the dock, positioned precisely to minimise the distance barrels need to travel, while staying far enough from the water to avoid flooding. You and your partner, today it's a man named Peter who talks too much but works steadily, roll each barrel along the dock, navigate the uneven cobblestones, and stack them in the copperage yard. The cooper checks each barrel, looking for damage, leaks, and suspicious bulges that might indicate the wine has gone bad. Between barrels, you can track the tide's progress by watching the waterline on the dock posts. Each post bears rings of discoloration marking different tide levels, Dark green algae near the top where high tide reaches, lighter rings below showing the gradual progression downward. Right now you're watching the water recede past the third ring, which means you've got about an hour left before the lowest point. Low tide transforms the harbour into a different landscape entirely. What was underwater becomes temporary land, or at least temporary mud. The mud flats stretch out, grey-brown and glistening, marked by the tracks of birds who know this is feeding time. Clams hide in the mud, along with worms and small crabs and other creatures that make their living in the space between sea and land. Children appear during low tide, armed with buckets and shovels, digging for clams and mussels. It's work disguised as play, or maybe play that produces useful results. Either way, the children take it seriously, competing to see who can gather the most, occasionally stealing from each other's buckets when they think no one's watching. Their parents will be glad of the free protein, even if they have to rinse sand out of the shellfish for longer than seems reasonable. The harbour master uses low tide to inspect dock foundations, checking for damage, replacing posts that have rotted, and assessing what repairs will be needed before winter storms arrive. He wades through ankle-deep water, occasionally plunging a pole down to check the depth of mud, making notes on a slate board that he wipes and rewrites throughout the day. Some workers specialise in the mud flats themselves, harvesting reeds that grow in the marshy areas and cutting them for use in thatching roofs or making baskets. They move with the confidence of people who know which mud is firm enough to walk on, and which will swallow your boot if you step wrong. You've seen newcomers attempt to cross the flats at low tide, watched them sink to their knees, and heard their curses as they try to extract themselves from mud that grips like it has personal feelings about letting go. The fishing boats that were out overnight return on the incoming tide, timing their arrival to ride the rising water into harbour. They sail in with the particular exhausted satisfaction of people who've worked through the night and are ready to be done. Their catches get unloaded immediately, the fish destined for the morning market even though morning is long past. Freshness is relative in the fish trade. Caught last night counts as fresh if you get it to market before it starts to smell. You finish the barrel work just as the tide begins to turn. You can see it in the water's behaviour, the way it slows its retreat, pauses, then starts moving in the other direction. It's not dramatic. There's no visible wave or sudden surge, but the change is unmistakable once you know what to watch for. The water starts filling in the areas it recently vacated, crawling up the dock posts ring by ring, reclaiming its territory. The rising tide brings different work. Ships that were too high now become accessible again as they settle into their proper height. Cargo that couldn't be loaded earlier can be loaded now. The whole port shifts its activities to match the water's new position. Everything's synchronised to a schedule that's been the same since humans first built docks and decided to argue with the sea about who controlled what. You eat your midday meal sitting on a barrel, watching the tide come in. Your food is bread and cheese, the cheese already soft from the heat of your pocket. The bread tastes like it was fresh yesterday, which means it's stale today but not yet truly old. You wash it down with beer from a skin that's seen better days, the leather starting to crack at the seams. Around you, the port hums with activity calibrated to the water's level. Cranes lift cargo from ships that are now at the correct height. Workers secure lines, adjust fenders, and shift goods around with the practiced efficiency of people who've done this 1,000 times. A ship preparing to depart waits patiently for high tide, knowing that attempting to cross the sandbar at the wrong moment means either sticking fast or tearing out the hull. The afternoon tide peaks around mid-afternoon, the water rising almost to the top of its range. The harbour looks full at high tide with all the exposed mud covered and the docks nearly level with the water's surface. It's the prettiest time when everything looks clean, and the smell of mud flats is replaced by the relatively fresher smell of open water. Of course, fresher is relative. This is still harbour water, full of everything that gets thrown or falls or leaks into it, but at least the sewage is diluted. You work through the high tide period, loading a departing ship with bales of wool destined for some port you've never visited and probably never will. The wool is heavy and awkward, the bales bound with rough rope that tears at your hands. You've developed calluses on your calluses, but even they struggle with the particularly coarse hemp. The ship's captain supervises the loading, shouting corrections and adjustments in a voice that suggests he believes everyone but him is incompetent. He's probably right, or at least he's responsible for everything that goes wrong once his ship leaves port, so his paranoia is understandable. You've learned to nod and adjust and not take the shouting personally. Captains shout the way fish swim. It's just what they do. As the afternoon wears into evening, the tide begins its outward journey again. The cycle continues twice daily, as reliable as sunrise and considerably more important to your livelihood. You've seen the sun fail to appear through fog and clouds, but you've never seen the tide forget to turn. It's the one certainty in a life full of variables. The evening low tide brings the clam diggers back out, those who work multiple shifts extracting whatever they can from the exposed flats. The setting sun paints the mud flats orange and pink, making them look almost beautiful, though you know that up close they're just mud and smell like it. The birds that feed at low tide cry and circle, their calls mixing with the sounds of human work, all of it part of the harbour's eternal rhythm. You head home as the light fails, your day measured not in hours but in tides. 2 full cycles from low to high to low again, your work fitted into the windows the sea allowed. Tomorrow will be the same but shifted slightly, because the tides come 50 minutes later each day. A slow rotation that means you're never working quite the same schedule 2 days running. It should be confusing, but after years of living by tides, any other way of tracking time would feel stranger. Your house after sunset smells like fish soup and smoke and wet wool drying by the fire. Your wife has transformed the cod you brought home into something edible through a process that involves more onions and herbs than seems strictly necessary. But the result is good enough that your children eat without complaining, which counts as success. The meal happens around the table, everyone crowded together on mismatched chairs, the youngest daughter perched on a stool because there aren't enough proper seats. Your oldest son, the one who's nearly grown, complains that his portion is smaller than his brother's, which leads to a detailed comparison of bowl sizes that reveals his complaint is baseless, but loudly defended anyway. Your wife settles the dispute by giving both boys slightly less soup, and keeping the difference for herself, which she claims is the mother's tax for having to listen to arguments about soup portions. Conversation during meals is chaotic and overlapping. Your middle daughter talks about something that happened at the market, though her story keeps getting derailed by unnecessary details about who was wearing what, and who said what to whom. Your youngest daughter contributes random observations about birds she saw, and games she played, none of it connected to anything else, just a stream of consciousness from someone who hasn't learned that conversation should have topics. Your wife asks about your day in the tone of someone who doesn't really want a detailed answer, but feels obligated to ask. You provide the abbreviated version. Cargo moved, ships unloaded, the usual work. She nods with the understanding of someone who's heard this answer many times before and will hear it many times again. In return, you ask about her day, and she describes the market prices and which neighbour is feuding with which other neighbour, and something complicated about someone's cousin getting married to someone inappropriate. You nod and make sounds of interest while understanding perhaps a third of the social dynamics she's explaining. After the meal, chores divide along familiar lines. The boys carry water from the well because they're strong enough to manage the heavy buckets. The girls clear the table and wash dishes because that's what girls do, or at least that's what your wife insists girls do, and you've learned not to involve yourself in these debates. You're assigned to check the shutters and make sure the fire is properly banked for the night. Tasks that require minimal skill, but someone has to do them. Your oldest son mentions that he's been offered work on a merchant ship, a position that would take him away for months at a time but pays better than dock work. Your wife's face does something complicated while trying to maintain a neutral expression. You can read the concern there. She's already imagining all the things that could go wrong at sea, which is fair because many things do go wrong at sea. But you're also thinking about the money, about how another income could mean a better house or at least repairs to this one. You tell him you'll think about it, which is what you say when you need time to figure out what you actually think. The evening routine involves your wife's endless battle with mending. She sits by the fire with a basket of clothes that need patches or darning or buttons replaced, working through them with the steady persistence of someone who knows the work is never truly finished, because clothes continue to wear out faster than They can be fixed. She's explained this futile cycle to you several times, usually while you're wearing a shirt that needs mending, which tends to undermine your ability to offer sympathy. Your younger children are supposed to be practicing their letters on slates, but what they're actually doing is drawing pictures and giggling about something. Education in your household is sporadic and largely self-directed, constrained by the fact that you can barely read yourself, and your wife isn't much better. You can manage to puzzle out simple texts and sign your name, which puts you ahead of many dock workers, but doesn't qualify you to teach proper reading and writing. The local church offers some schooling, but it costs money you don't always have, and besides, the children are needed for work more often than not. The fire creates shadows that dance on the walls, turning the familiar room into something slightly mysterious. Your youngest daughter claims she can see faces in the flames, which leads to a discussion about whether fire can have faces, which leads to your son explaining that fire isn't alive so it definitely can't have faces, which leads to an argument about whether you need to be alive to have a face. You let them work this out themselves while you attempt to read a pamphlet someone gave you about new regulations on imported goods. The reading goes slowly, your finger tracing under each word, occasionally asking your wife about words you can't decipher. Bedtime is less of an event and more of a gradual process. The younger children get sleepy first, their heads drooping while they insist they're not tired at all. Your wife herds them upstairs with promises that tomorrow will come faster if they just close their eyes now, which is technically true, but probably not the comfort she intends. The older children stay up later, the privilege of being nearly grown. Though, staying up mostly means sitting around looking bored because there's not much to do once it's dark except sit and be awake. Your wife tells a story before sleep, or tries to, because your youngest daughter keeps interrupting with questions that derail the narrative. The story is about a fisherman who caught a magical fish that granted wishes, a tale your wife has told many times with variations. Tonight the fish is golden instead of silver, and the fisherman has 3 wishes instead of 7. But the moral remains the same. Be careful what you wish for, because you'll probably get it wrong. Your children have heard this story enough times that they correct her when she deviates too far from the established version. Once the children are finally asleep, or at least pretending convincingly enough, you and your wife have a brief moment of quiet. She continues her mending. You sit and feel your body catalogue every complaint from the day's work. The fire burns low and neither of you moves to build it up. Fuel costs money, and you're both tired enough that bed sounds better than warmth anyway. She mentions that the neighbour's daughter is getting married, which leads to a complicated discussion about dowries and whether they're doing it properly, and what kind of life that girl can expect with the boy she's marrying. You contribute occasional grunts of agreement because your wife doesn't actually need you to participate in this conversation so much as witness it. She's thinking out loud, processing the social dynamics of your small community, and trying to understand the web of obligations and expectations that governs everything. You mention the possible ship job for your oldest son. She's silent for a moment, the needle pausing in its work. Then she says what you both know, that it's good money but dangerous, that he's old enough to make his own decisions but young enough to make stupid ones, that you can't protect him forever, but you're not ready to stop trying. You don't resolve anything, there's nothing to resolve yet, but at least you've said it out loud, making the worries concrete instead of leaving them as a vague anxiety. The house settles into its nighttime sounds. Upstairs, someone turns over in bed, making the ropes creak. Outside, the harbour continues its work. You can hear voices calling back and forth between ships, the sound of footsteps on the docks, and a dog barking at something only it can see. The sea never sleeps, and neither does the port that serves it. When you finally head upstairs, your wife extinguishing the candles behind you, the day feels complete in a way that has nothing to do with accomplishment and everything to do with survival. Another day of work done, family fed, house still standing, children still alive. It's not much by grand standards, but by the standards of people who live by the sea and work with their backs, it's everything that matters. Your bed receives you with the same lumpy familiarity it always does. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment before sleep comes, you're aware of the simple comfort of another person's warmth, the shared life you've built in this tilting house by the harbour, the way your days follow the tides in your lives, follow patterns as old as the port itself. The sun sets into the harbour like it's been doing this all its life, turning the water into something resembling molten copper. The evening light does things to the port town that almost make you forget it's the same place that smells like fish guts and sewage during the day. Shadows stretch long across the docks, softening the rough edges of warehouses and masts, making everything look gentler than it deserves. You finish your last bit of work as the light fades, securing a line here, checking that cargo is properly covered there, and doing the small tasks that prevent tomorrow from starting with disasters. The wharfmaster walks the docks one final time, his lantern bobbing in the growing darkness, making sure everything is secured before night fully settles in. He's been doing this for 30 years, checking the same things in the same order, finding occasional problems that would have become major problems by morning. The evening brings a different population to the docks. The daytime workers head home while others emerge. Fishermen preparing for night fishing, ship's crews rotating watch, and various individuals whose business is better conducted in darkness. You don't ask about the latter. Port towns attract all sorts of commerce, some of it legal, some of it less legal, and most of it existing in a grey area that depends on who's asking and how much they're willing to pay to avoid asking too closely. Walking home, you pass through streets that are transforming as the light dies. Lanterns appear in windows, small points of illumination that create more shadows than they dispel. The taverns glow warmly, their doors opening and closing as workers seek the comfort of drink and company. Someone's cooking something that smells like roasted meat, and your stomach reminds you that fish soup for dinner, while adequate, wasn't particularly exciting. Your street is quieter than the commercial areas, settling into evening routines that revolve around families and homes rather than commerce. Smoke rises from chimneys as people build up their fires for the night. Children play in the last bit of light, their games having that frantic quality that comes from knowing they'll be called inside soon. A mother yells for her son, who pretends not to hear, which earns him a more emphatic summons that he can't pretend to ignore. Your own house has that warm glow that means your wife has already lit the candles and built up the fire. You can see your children moving around inside through the windows, shadows against the light. It's a simple sight, one you see every evening, but tonight you pause to appreciate it, the basic fact of having a home to return to, people who expect your return, and a fire that's been kept burning for your arrival. Inside, your wife has progressed beyond soup and has somehow produced bread pudding, which is ambitious given your typical supplies. You don't ask how she managed it. There are mysteries in household economy that you've learned not to probe too deeply. The pudding is heavy and sweet and tastes like raisins that might have had better days but are still perfectly adequate when mixed with enough honey. The evening stretches out without urgency. Your oldest son sits by the window, supposedly reading, but probably just thinking about that ship job and whatever fantasies he has about life at sea. Your daughters have discovered that the cat is willing to tolerate being dressed in doll clothes, at least until it isn't, which happens suddenly and with impressive use of claws. Your middle son works on some carving project, creating wood shavings that will need sweeping up later, absorbed in the particular focus that children bring to projects they've chosen themselves. Your wife settles into her chair with a cup of something hot. Probably not tea, because tea is expensive. More likely some herbal mixture she's decided has beneficial properties. She sips it slowly, staring into the fire with the expression of someone whose mind is elsewhere, working through whatever calculations and worries occupy her thoughts. You've learned not to interrupt this thinking time. She'll share what she needs to share when she's ready. The fire burns steadily, its light creating a circle of warmth and visibility in the gathering darkness. Beyond that circle, the corners of the room fade into shadow and you're content to let them. There's something comforting about having the world reduced to this manageable size. Just this room, this fire, these people. Outside, the harbour continues its eternal rhythm. You can hear water lapping against the docks, that gentle, repetitive sound that's so constant, you usually don't notice it until you're sitting still enough to pay attention. Occasionally a voice carries across the water, someone calling instructions or greetings. A bell rings somewhere, marking some nautical hour that has meaning to sailors but is just sound to you. Your youngest daughter climbs into your lap, which is becoming more difficult as she grows, but which she still insists on doing. She smells like whatever she got into today, probably the garden, possibly the neighbour's chickens. Definitely something that needs washing but won't get washed until tomorrow. She asks you to tell her about the big fish, which is her way of requesting the same story you've told her 50 times about the time you saw a whale breach in the harbour mouth. You tell the story again, embellishing the parts you've embellished before, the whale growing slightly larger with each retelling until it's probably twice the size of the actual creature. She listens with the satisfaction of hearing a familiar tale, occasionally correcting your details when you deviate too far from the established narrative. When you finish, she immediately asks if you've ever seen a bigger fish than that, which leads to speculation about what might live in the deep ocean, which leads to her being convinced there are definitely sea monsters. Your wife interrupts before the sea monster discussion can escalate into nightmares. She herds the children toward the stairs with gentle insistence, beginning the long process of getting everyone to bed. Your oldest son doesn't need herding, but goes anyway, probably glad for the excuse to escape family time and return to whatever thoughts occupy his almost adult mind. You remain by the fire, adding another log because the night is growing cold, and you're not quite ready to surrender warmth for sleep. The wood catches slowly, flames licking up the sides before fully committing to burning. You watch this with the attention of someone who's tired enough that even fire becomes interesting. The house quiets as children settle into sleep. The creaking and thumping from upstairs gradually diminishes until there's only the house's own sounds, the timbers settling, the wind finding gaps in the walls, and the fire popping occasionally when pockets of sap heat and burst. These sounds are so familiar they are almost silence, the white noise of home. Your wife returns, having achieved the minor miracle of getting everyone in bed without major drama. She settles back into her chair with a sigh that contains a full day's worth of tiredness. For a while, neither of you speaks. There's nothing that needs saying, and you're both too tired for unnecessary conversation. The fire burns. The darkness beyond the windows is complete now, the harbour invisible except for occasional lanterns moving on distant ships. She mentions that the roof is definitely leaking worse than before, and that the leak in the corner has expanded to include the area near the window. You acknowledge this with the resignation of someone who knows roof repairs cost money you don't have. She suggests maybe asking your brother-in-law, who supposedly knows about roofs, though you both know this is unlikely to result in actual repairs, and very likely to result in advice you don't want about other things wrong with your house. You discuss quietly the possibility of your oldest son taking that ship job. The conversation is careful, both of you testing the edges of your feelings about it without committing to positions. She worries about storms and pirates and all the things that can go wrong at sea. You worry about the same things, but also think about the money, about what it could mean for the family. Neither of you wants to make this decision, but it's probably not your decision to make anyway. The boy's nearly grown, and grown men make their own choices. The fire burns lower, and you should probably bank it for the night. But moving requires energy you're not sure you have. Your wife seems to be thinking the same thing, both of you sitting there aware that you should go to bed but lacking the motivation to actually do it. These moments of quiet between tasks are rare enough that you're reluctant to end them. Eventually necessity overcomes inertia. You tend to the fire, arranging logs and ash to keep some heat through the night without burning too much fuel. Your wife checks the door is barred and the shutters secured and performs all the small rituals that separate day from night. You follow her upstairs, each step reminding you of muscles that were worked hard today and will be worked hard again tomorrow. The bedroom is cold despite the lingering warmth from downstairs. You undress quickly, clothes folded and left on the chest because hanging them up is more effort than seems worthwhile. The bed is cold until you've been in it for a few minutes, and then it becomes merely cool, and then finally warm enough that you can relax. Your wife settles in beside you, and for a moment you're both awake in the darkness, listening to the house around you, the harbour beyond, and the whole port town settling into its nighttime rhythm. Tomorrow will be much like today. The tides will turn, ships will need unloading, and the market will sell fish and bread and all the other necessities of life. Your children will grow slightly older, your back will hurt slightly more, and the roof will leak exactly as much as it leaks now until you eventually do something about it. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, you're warm and horizontal and your family is safe under your roof, leaky though that roof may be. The sea murmurs in the background, eternal and endless. the sound that's been the backdrop to your life since you were born in this port town and will be the backdrop until you die here. It's not a bad sound to fall asleep to. Constant, rhythmic, almost like breathing if breathing were larger and wetter and involved moving several million tons of water twice a day. Sleep comes gradually, consciousness fading like the tide going out, and your last thought before it takes you is something about tomorrow's work. Though by morning you won't remember what that thought was, only that you had it, and it seemed important at the time, and now it's gone like everything else into the gentle darkness of sleep and sea and home. You're standing on the Mongolian steppe, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the silence, it's the wind. It moves across these grasslands like water over stone, constant and patient, carrying with it the smell of wild thyme and the distant promise of rain. The grass itself stretches in every direction, a sea of green and gold that ripples in waves when the wind picks up, and you realise quickly that this landscape doesn't just surround you, it consumes you, makes you small, and teaches you that survival here means reading the land the way others read books. The sky overhead is impossibly blue, the kind of blue that makes you understand why these people would later call it the eternal blue sky. Their primary deity, their witness to every oath and promise. In summer, the sun hammers down with an intensity that makes the air shimmer above the distant hills, turning everything beyond a certain distance into wavering mirages. In winter, that same sky turns hard and pale, and the cold descends with a cruelty that can kill a person in hours if they're caught unprepared, freezing fingers and toes before you even realise you're in danger. You notice the herds first, horses mostly, moving in loose groups across the grassland, their coats shaggy and thick, built for this climate's extremes. These aren't the sleek, refined animals you might picture from later centuries. These are sturdy creatures, barrel-chested and short-legged, capable of surviving on whatever tough grass pokes through the snow, capable of travelling 50 miles in a day without complaint. Near them, sheep cluster in tighter groups, their wool thick and oily, providing protection against weather that would kill lesser breeds. The occasional camel stands apart, chewing thoughtfully, looking vaguely offended by everything, as camels do. The camps themselves are temporary constellations scattered across this ocean of grass. You approach one now, and the smell of smoke becomes specific. Burning argol, dried dung that serves as the primary fuel source out here where trees are rare luxuries. It's not an unpleasant smell, earthy and practical, mixed with the scent of boiling meat and fermented mare's milk. The jeers, felt-covered lattice structures that others would later call yurts, sit in rough circles, their doors always facing south to catch the sun and avoid the north wind that brings the worst weather. Inside a ger, the world contracts to something manageable, almost cosy. The felt walls, several layers thick, trap warmth from a central hearth, where a fire burns low and steady. The lattice framework creates a satisfying geometric pattern, and everything has its place. Weapons and saddles on the western side, cooking implements near the door, and the family's treasured possessions arranged around the back wall opposite the entrance. The floor is covered with felt and furs, and the air smells of smoke, wool, and whatever's cooking in the pot suspended over the fire. You're learning the rhythm of steppe life, and it's tied entirely to the animals and the seasons. Spring means following the herds to fresh grazing, watching for the births of new foals and lambs, and moving camp every few weeks as the animals exhaust the grass in one area. The work is constant during these months, assisting difficult births, protecting newborns from predators, and keeping track of which animals belong to which families in the communal herding arrangements that characterize steppe society. A good spring can set a family up for prosperity. A bad one, where disease strikes the herds or weather kills the young, can mean poverty or worse. Summer brings the easiest living, abundant grass, warm days, and time for the great gatherings where clans would meet, arrange marriages, settle disputes, race horses, and wrestle. You attend one of these summer gatherings, and it's part festival, part political convention, and part market. Young men compete in archery contests. their arrows flying toward distant targets with accuracy that seems impossible. Wrestlers grapple in competitions that draw huge crowds, the winners gaining prestige that will follow them for years. Horse races cover distances that would exhaust animals bred for speed rather than endurance, and the victorious riders become local celebrities, their horses sought after for breeding. Between the competitions, serious business gets conducted. Elders meet in council, discussing grazing rights, resolving feuds that have simmered since the previous gathering, and arranging marriages between families to cement alliances or heal rifts. Young people circle each other with the careful choreography of potential courtship, chaperoned but given enough freedom to assess whether they might suit each other. Merchants set up temporary stalls, offering goods that can't be made on the steppe. Metal tools, Chinese silk, grain and tea for those who can afford such luxuries. Autumn means preparing for winter, and the work becomes frantic. Meat must be preserved, dried, smoked, or sometimes buried in the permafrost in northern regions where the ground stays frozen even in summer. Felt gets made from wool, the fibres pounded and worked until they mat together into material that will keep wind and cold at bay. Every piece of equipment gets inspected and repaired. Saddles, bridles, tent frames, and the 100 small items that might seem unimportant until they break in the middle of winter and can't be replaced. Women work on clothing, stitching new garments and repairing old ones, adding layers of insulation that will mean the difference between comfort and frostbite. Winter means hunkering down in more sheltered valleys, keeping the herds alive through the coldest months, and surviving on preserved foods and the milk from animals hardy enough to still produce in the cold. The work doesn't stop. Animals still need to be moved to whatever grazing can be found, sometimes requiring you to break through ice on ponds so they can drink, always watching for signs of weakness or disease that might signal an animal won't survive. To spring. Inside the jers, crafts get practiced, making rope from horsehair, carving wood, working leather, and teaching children the skills they'll need when they're old enough to contribute fully to the household's survival. The people you meet here move with an economy of motion born from necessity. There's no wasted effort when every calorie burned must be replaced by food that's never guaranteed. Children as young as 3 or 4 already sit confidently on horseback, learning balance before they learn to form complex sentences. By 6 or 7, they're helping herd animals, their small fingers already capable of the intricate work required to maintain equipment, repair tack, and perform the 100 small tasks that keep a nomadic household functioning. You notice the sounds that mark the hours here, not bells or clocks, but the movement of animals, the changing quality of wind, and the calls that pass between herders watching their flocks. Someone shouts a warning about a wandering sheep, and the sound carries impossibly far across the open grassland, crisp and clear. Somewhere, a horse whinnies, and others answer. A conversation in a language older than words. At night, the sounds shift. Owls hunting, the occasional distant wolf, the settling noises of animals bedding down, and the low conversation of adults sitting around fires, their faces lit from below, making them look carved from copper and shadow. The night sky here is violent with stars, more than you've ever seen, more than seems possible. The Milky Way isn't a faint smudge, but a river of light cutting the heavens in half. You can see why these people developed such sophisticated understanding of celestial navigation, why their shamans could read meaning in the patterns overhead, and why travellers could orient themselves on moonless nights by learning the constellations as intimately as you know your own neighbourhood. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal dance, and you begin to understand why the Mongols saw the sky as a living presence, a witness to oaths and promises, something worthy of reverence. The shamans themselves are fascinating figures, operating at the intersection of medicine, psychology and spirituality. You watch one working, drumming himself into trance states, his consciousness supposedly travelling to the spirit world to negotiate with entities who control weather, health and fortune. Whether you believe in the spiritual mechanics or not, there's no denying the psychological impact of the way a good shaman can calm an anxious community, provide explanations for misfortune that make it bearable, and offer rituals that give people a sense of control over an otherwise unpredictable existence. This is the world that shaped the boy who would become Genghis Khan. A world where strength and skill determine survival, where alliances shifted like the grass in wind, and where a person's worth was measured in their ability to endure, to adapt, and to master the arts of riding, archery, and reading the subtle signs that meant the difference between life and death. It's a world that seems harsh from the outside, but you're beginning to understand its own particular beauty, the freedom in its vastness, and the clarity in its demands. There are no abstractions here, no philosophical debates about the nature of reality. Reality is the grass under your feet, the horse between your legs, the weather overhead, and the animals that mean survival or starvation. You're watching a boy, perhaps 9 years old, standing beside a frozen river in the depths of winter. His name is Temujin, and he's just watched his father die, poisoned by Tartars during what should have been a simple feast. The death itself was days ago, but you're seeing the aftermath now, the moment when his father's followers make a choice that will define the rest of his life. They're leaving. The decision makes a certain brutal sense. Temujin's father, Yasuge, was a minor chieftain, respected but not wealthy, and without his leadership, there's no reason for these families to stay attached to his widow and children. Resources on the steppe are finite and carefully calculated. Every mouth to feed is a genuine burden, and a widow with several young children and no powerful male protector represents a liability that most can't afford. So they pack their possessions onto their horses and carts and they leave, and you watch Temujin watching them go. His face revealing nothing, though he's surely calculating what this means. What it means is hunger. You follow the family through that first winter and it's a grinding, relentless thing. His mother, Holun, keeps them alive through sheer determination, digging for wild roots, catching fish in the summer months, hunting small game, and teaching her children the difference between edible and poisonous plants. They live in something barely qualifying as a jur, more of a lean-to constructed from whatever materials they could salvage, and you can see the physical toll on all of them. The way their faces grow gaunt, the way their movements become careful and economical, conserving energy. Helen herself is remarkable, a woman who refuses to break under circumstances that would destroy most people. You watch her maintaining discipline among her children, keeping them focused on survival rather than despair, teaching them skills while also instilling in them the belief that this poverty is temporary, that they come from noble lineage and will reclaim their position. It's part delusion, part determination, and entirely necessary. Without that belief, they might simply give up, might fail to put in the exhausting work required to survive another day. Temujin learns to fish with an intensity that suggests his life depends on it, which it does. You watch him standing knee-deep in an icy stream, completely still, waiting for the flicker of movement that signals a fish swimming near. When he strikes, it's with the speed of a hunting bird, his hands darting into the water, and more often than not he comes up empty, his fingers numb and useless from the cold. But sometimes he succeeds, and there's no celebration, just the quiet satisfaction of another meal secured, another day of survival guaranteed. The family hunts small game, marmots, rabbits, and occasionally birds. Temujin makes his own arrows, carving them from wood scavenged wherever he can find it, making points from bone or stone when metal is unavailable. His bow is simple, nothing like the sophisticated composite weapons that wealthy warriors carry, but it works well enough to bring down a rabbit at 20 paces, and that's all that matters. He becomes intimately familiar with the habits of every edible animal in the region, learning their tracks, their feeding patterns, and the times of day when they're most vulnerable. There are moments of genuine danger beyond starvation. Other families, some barely better off than Temujin's, see them as potential targets. Weak, unprotected, possessing what little they have. You witness an attempted raid one night, men approaching the family's miserable camp thinking it will be easy prey. They're wrong. Temujin and his brothers fight with the desperation of people who have nothing left to lose, and the would-be raiders retreat, leaving behind one of their own wounded. It's a small victory, but it teaches Temujin something important. That perceived weakness can be strategic, that enemies who underestimate you hand you an advantage. The family's horses get stolen one night, and you follow Temujin as he tracks the thieves across the grassland. He's maybe 14 now, gangly and still growing into his frame, but there's already something in his eyes that suggests he's done being pushed around. He tracks for 3 days, sleeping rough, eating nothing, and focused with the single-mindedness of someone who understands that those horses represent the difference between survival and slow starvation. When he finds them, he doesn't attack directly. He watches, waits, learns the patterns of the camp that's taken them, and then he simply walks in during the day when most of the men are out hunting and leads his horses away. The audacity of it makes you want to laugh, but he's not joking. He's already learned that sometimes the direct approach works precisely because no one expects it. On his way back, he encounters a young man named Boghyurchu, who sees what Temujin has done and is impressed enough to help him get the horses home safely. It's Temujin's first real ally since his father's death, and the two form a bond that will last decades. Boghyurchu comes from a relatively prosperous family, but he sees something in this desperate, determined teenager that makes him think following Temujin might lead somewhere interesting. You see him making his next significant alliance during this period, with Jamuka, another young man who would eventually become his greatest rival. For now, though, they're friends, bound by the traditional Mongolian practice of Anda, sworn brotherhood. They exchange gifts, the ritual simple but binding, and you watch them hunting together, racing horses, and learning the skills that will later make them both formidable warriors. There's genuine affection here, you think, but also calculation. Even at this age, Temujin understands the value of allies. The way survival on the steppe often depends on having people you can trust to watch your back. His relationship with his half-brother Begta deteriorates during these years. Resources are so scarce that even within the family, competition becomes vicious. The breaking point comes when Begta takes fish and game that Temujin and his full brother Kasar have caught, asserting the privileges of being the eldest. For most families, this would be a minor dispute, something resolved through parental intervention. But here, with survival hanging by a thread, it becomes something more serious. Temujin and Kasar kill Begta, shooting him with arrows, and their mother's rage when she discovers what they've done is terrible to witness. She calls them destroyers and predators, and compares them to monsters from legend. The guilt and shame of this moment will follow Temujin for the rest of his life, but he doesn't back down, doesn't apologize. He'd made a calculation about survival and loyalty, and he'd acted on it. The Taichud clan captures Temujin during his teenage years, seeing him as a potential threat or perhaps just exercising dominance over a weakened family. They place him in a kang, a wooden restraint worn around the neck that prevents lying down or reaching one's own head, and parade him around as a warning to others. You watch him endure this humiliation, his face impassive but his eyes constantly calculating, watching for opportunity. When it comes, during a celebration when his guards are drunk, he escapes, using the kang itself as a weapon to knock one guard unconscious, then hiding in a river, submerged except for his face, breathing through reeds while search parties pass. Overhead, a man named Sorgan Shira finds him during this escape, recognizes him, and makes the split-second decision to help rather than turn him in. He hides Temujin in a cart full of wool and risks his own family's safety to protect this fugitive teenager. Later, Temujin will remember this kindness, will elevate Sorgan Shira's family, and will build a reputation for rewarding loyalty that becomes one of his most powerful recruiting tools. But in the moment, he's just a boy hiding in wool, heart-pounding, understanding that his life depends on the choices of strangers. His marriage to Berta is arranged when he's still young, a match organised by his father before his death. You're present when he finally brings her home to his meagre camp, travelling to her family's encampment to claim his bride. She's strong-willed and practical, exactly the kind of partner needed for this life, and you can see them establishing the patterns of their partnership. She manages the household with an efficiency that keeps them fed and warm, and he ranges farther, afield, building connections, gathering followers, and slowly accumulating the resources and reputation needed to become something more than a struggling orphan. Then the Merkits come. They raid the camp at dawn, and it's chaos. Shouting, the thunder of hooves, and Temujin making the split-second decision to flee with his mother and siblings rather than die in a pointless fight. They take Berta, and you watch him ride away, and there's shame in it certainly, but also the cold pragmatism of someone who understands that dead men rescue no one. What happens next tells you everything about who he's becoming. He doesn't mourn, doesn't waste time on regret. Instead, he activates every alliance he's built, calls in every favour, goes to Toghrul Khan, his father's old ally, and essentially says, "Help me get my wife back, and you'll have my loyalty." Toghrul agrees, likely seeing opportunity in this. Intense young man who clearly knows how to inspire followers despite having nothing material to offer them. Together with Yamuka's warriors, they assemble a force large enough to strike back at the Merkits. Perhaps 20,000 men, a significant army by steppe standards. The raid succeeds. You watch them hit the Merkit camp at dawn, returning the favour, and Temujin finds Berta among the scattered Gers. She calls out his name, and the reunion is brief and functional. There's no time for emotion when you're in enemy territory. Only later, when they're safely away, does he allow himself to feel anything. And what he feels, you suspect, isn't just relief, but a kind of vindication. He's proven he can strike back, can organise a military operation, and can lead men into battle and bring them out victorious. Berta gives birth months later to a son they name Yochi. There will always be quiet questions about the child's paternity. The math of conception makes the timeline ambiguous, but Temujin claims him as his own without hesitation, publicly and repeatedly. You understand that this too is part of his emerging character, the ability to choose loyalty over doubt, to decide what matters and then commit to it completely, and to refuse to let shame or uncertainty undermine what he's building. You're riding now, part of a Mongol warrior's daily routine, and the first thing you notice is that you never really stop moving. The horse beneath you has a rolling gait that covers ground efficiently, and you're learning to relax into it, to let your body move with the animal rather than against it. Your legs ache from the unfamiliar position, and your inner thighs are rubbed raw despite the protection of your deal, the traditional long robe that everyone wears. The Mongols around you sit their horses like they're extensions of their own bodies, comfortable whether walking, trotting or galloping across the grassland. Breakfast, when it comes, is eaten in the saddle. Dried meat, hard cheese made from compressed curds, perhaps some of the yogurt drinks they carry in leather flasks. There's no stopping for meals when you're travelling, no setting up elaborate camps for lunch. You eat what you can carry, and you keep moving, because distance covered equals safety, equals new grazing for the animals, equals whatever objective has set you in motion. The meat is tough enough to require extended chewing, which is probably good because it makes limited rations last longer and keeps your mouth occupied during the long hours of riding. The bow strap to your side is smaller than you expected, a recurved design that's asymmetric to accommodate shooting from horseback. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Layers of wood, horn and sinew glued together with precise attention to grain direction and tensile properties, wrapped in birch bark to protect against moisture, requiring months to construct properly. During a break, not for the riders, but to let the horses graze and drink from a stream, you watch warriors practicing, and the skill level is absurd. They shoot forward, backward, and sideways, hanging off the sides of their horses, hitting targets while moving at full gallop. The secret, someone explains, is breathing with the horse's gait, releasing the arrow during that fraction of a second when all four hooves are off the ground and the horse is essentially floating, providing a momentarily stable platform. You learn about the remuda system. Each warrior travelling with multiple horses, sometimes 3 or 4, switching mounts every few hours to keep them fresh. It's why Mongol armies could cover distances that seemed impossible to their enemies. Why they could appear suddenly where no one expected them, strike, and vanish before reinforcements arrived. The horses themselves are hardy enough to survive on whatever forage they can find, requiring no grain, no special feeding, and capable of pouring through snow to reach grass when necessary. They're not fast compared to breeds developed for racing, but they're tireless, capable of maintaining a steady pace hour after hour, day after day. The warriors carry minimal personal gear, a few changes of clothing, their weapons, tools for maintaining equipment, and perhaps some personal items like a lucky charm or a small container of kumis. Everything must be light enough to be transported on horseback, and durable enough to survive the rigours of constant movement and extreme weather. You notice how well maintained everything is. Leather kept oiled, metal kept free of rust, and wood inspected regularly for cracks or weakness. A broken stirrup or frayed bowstring at the wrong moment can mean death, so maintenance isn't optional. It's a daily ritual performed with religious attention to detail. Camp that night is established with practiced efficiency. The jers go up in less than an hour, the lattice frames unfolding like wooden flowers. The felt covers lashed down against the wind with ropes weighted with stones. Inside, the fire is started with flint and steel, coaxed to life with dried grass and small twigs before the argol is added. The smoke finds its way out through the opening at the top, though enough lingers to make your eyes water until you learn to position yourself correctly, staying low where the air is clearer. Dinner is communal, the pot passed around, everyone eating from personal bowls carved from wood, or occasionally fashioned from leather sewn so tightly it holds liquid. The meat is mutton tonight, boiled with wild onions and whatever greens someone managed to gather during the day's travel. Perhaps some wild garlic or sorrel, plants that add flavour and provide nutrients often lacking in a meat-heavy diet. It's simple food, but after a day of riding it tastes perfect, warming you from the inside, restoring energy depleted by hours in the saddle. The fermented mare's milk, earug, gets passed around in a leather bag, and everyone takes a drink before passing it on. It's mildly alcoholic and tangy, an acquired taste that grows on you, providing calories, and a slight buzz that takes the edge off exhaustion. The bag goes around multiple times and the conversation flows with it. Stories and jokes, gossip about other clans, and speculation about weather and grazing conditions ahead. Someone tells a story about a particularly stupid sheep that wandered into a wolf den and somehow wandered back out unharmed, and the laughter that follows is genuine, the kind that comes from people who spend their days together and have developed their own rhythms of humour. You notice how disputes get settled, not immediately with violence, though violence is always an option held in reserve, but through discussion, consensus, and appealing to respected elders whose word carries weight. Someone accuses another of taking more than his fair share of the meat. There's a brief argument, voices raised, hands moving toward weapons. Then an older warrior intervenes, suggests they measure the portions, and points out that the accused has actually been eating less than his share for days. The tension deflates, the accuser apologises, and the matter is settled. It's not always this peaceful. You've heard stories of feuds that last generations, of murders committed over insults. But there's a genuine attempt to maintain cohesion within the group, because divided groups don't survive long on the steppe. You learn the hierarchy through observation. Age commands respect, but so does skill. The best archers, the finest horsemen, the warriors who've proven themselves in raids. These people have status regardless of birth. It's meritocratic in a way that might surprise you, though family connections certainly still matter, particularly when it comes to access to resources and opportunities to prove oneself. A talented young warrior from a poor family can rise, but a mediocre warrior from a powerful clan will still have advantages. The night watch gets organised, with warriors taking turns staying alert while others sleep. You're learning that raids are common enough that no camp is ever truly unguarded, that the price of carelessness can be waking up to find your horses gone, your possessions stolen, and your people scattered or dead. The steppe breeds a certain kind of vigilance, a low-grade awareness that never quite turns off. Even in sleep, you're subconsciously monitoring sounds, ready to wake at anything unusual, a horse's alarmed whinny, the sound of many hooves approaching, or the whistle that serves as a warning signal. Before sleep, there are small rituals, prayers to the eternal blue sky, offerings of mare's milk sprinkled on the ground, and acknowledgement of the spirits that inhabit this landscape. The shamans hold their own ceremonies, working themselves into trances with drums and chanting, communing with the spirits for guidance or healing. You watch one treating a sick child, performing what looks like mystical theatre, but might also involve genuine medicinal knowledge of herbs and remedies, the line between magic and medicine thoroughly blurred. The shaman chants, dances, and makes dramatic gestures, while also preparing a tea from plants he's gathered, and whether the healing comes from spiritual intervention or herbal medicine or the placebo effect of belief doesn't really matter if the child recovers. Sleep comes quickly out here, with a combination of physical exhaustion and the particular quality of darkness when you're far from any artificial light. You dream of horizons, of movement, of the rhythm of hoofbeats that's been pounding through your awareness all day. The dreams blend with half-waking moments when you shift position, adjust your furs against the cold, and hear the sounds of animals moving outside, guards changing shifts, and the night continuing its slow wheel toward dawn. When you wake before sunrise, roused by the quiet activity of people preparing for another day of travel, you understand a little better why these people were so formidable. They lived every day as practice for the kind of endurance and mobility that would later allow them to conquer half the known world. There was no separation between daily life and military preparedness. Every skill needed for survival was also a skill needed for warfare. The riding, the archery, the ability to endure hardship and maintain function, and the coordination developed through constant group movement, all of it translated directly into military capability. You're watching Temujin in his late 20s now, and something fundamental has shifted. The desperate orphan is gone, replaced by someone who moves through the political landscape of the steppe, like he's reading a map no one else can see. He's gathered followers, not through birth or inherited prestige, but through a combination of military success, strategic generosity, and an emerging reputation for fairness that makes people think maybe, just maybe, following him might lead somewhere interesting. His relationship with power is different from the traditional steppe model. Most chiefs inherit their position and rely on family connections and the loyalty of their clan. Temujin has had to build his following from scratch, which means everyone who follows him has made an active choice to do so. This creates a different dynamic. His followers are invested in his success in ways that hereditary subjects might not be. But they also feel entitled to share in rewards, to have their voices heard, and to receive the benefits they signed up for. His break with Yamuka comes gradually, then all at once. They're both attracting followers and building power bases, and the steppe isn't really big enough for two ambitious men who used to be brothers. The proximate cause is a dispute over stolen horses, always horses, the currency of steppe wealth and power. But the underlying issue is that they've developed incompatible visions for how power should be structured. Jamuka represents the traditional aristocracy, believing that noble birth and family connections should determine who leads. Temujin, shaped by his years of poverty and exclusion, believes that competence and loyalty should determine rank. The split crystallizes at a feast where followers must choose which man to support. You watch warriors making calculations, weighing their options. Some follow family ties, supporting Jamuka because their clans have always been allied with his. Others see opportunity with Temujin, believing that someone building a new system might reward them better than someone maintaining an old one. The division is roughly even at first, but Temujin has been strategic about who he courts, targeting talented warriors who feel undervalued by the traditional system, people who have something to prove. The battle at Dalan Balzut is messy and inconclusive, the kind of fight where both sides claim victory and both are probably lying. The forces meet on an open plain, and it's chaos. Thousands of mounted warriors swirling in combat, arrows darkening the sky, and the sound of impact and screaming filling the air. Temujin's forces don't break, which is a victory of sorts, but he doesn't win decisively either. What matters is what he does afterward. You watch him treat captured enemies with unexpected leniency, offering them the chance to join his forces rather than killing them outright. His speech to the captives is pragmatic rather than inspirational. He doesn't promise easy victory or certain wealth. Instead, he offers them a place in a system where their skills will be recognized, where promotion comes from performance rather than birth, and where the spoils of future victories will be distributed fairly. Some accept, calculating that a leader who spares enemies might be worth following. Others refuse, choosing death or slavery over joining their captor, and Temujin has them executed without ceremony. The message is clear. Join me and prosper, resist and die, but betray me after joining and your death will be considerably worse. He's building something new, you realise. The traditional steppe model was tribe-based, your loyalty determined by blood relationships, your clan, your universe. Temujin is systematically dismantling this structure, organising his followers by military unit rather than tribal affiliation. promoting based on competence rather than family connections, and creating a meritocracy that terrifies the old. Aristocracy because it means their birth doesn't guarantee them anything. The decimal system he implements is brilliant in its simplicity. Units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000, each with a clear command structure and responsibilities. An arban of 10 men is commanded by the best warrior among them. 10 arbans form a yakun of 100, commanded by the best arban leader. 10 yaguns form a mingan of 1,000, and so on up to the tumen of 10,000. A warrior knows exactly where he fits, who he reports to, and who reports to him. It's portable and scalable, and it means that when the army moves, it moves as one organism rather than a collection of independent tribal groups pursuing their own agendas. What makes the system revolutionary is that it deliberately breaks up tribal loyalties. Men from different clans get mixed together in the same units, forced to develop loyalty to their new brothers in arms rather than their traditional family groups. The commanders who prove themselves get promoted regardless of where they came from. Temujin even incorporates former enemies into his units, understanding that demonstrated competence matters more than past allegiances. You watch him conducting a training exercise and the organisation is impressive. Units respond to signal flags and whistles, executing coordinated manoeuvres that require each level of command to understand and implement their role. The practice involves fake raids on a mock enemy camp, and you see the tactics that will later terrorise armies across Eurasia. The feigned retreat that draws enemies into ambushes, the use of a light cavalry to harass and exhaust before heavy cavalry, delivers the decisive blow and the coordination between units that allows them to appear to be everywhere at once. His intelligence gathering is sophisticated for this era. You meet men whose primary job is travelling to distant regions, learning languages, mapping terrain, and identifying potential allies and enemies. They pose as merchants, wandering monks and refugees from distant wars. They gather information about military strength, political factions, economic conditions, and anything that might be useful when Temujin eventually turns his attention to conquest beyond the steppe. You're present at the Kurultai of 1206, the great gathering where the various Mongol clans formally acknowledge Temujin as Genghis Khan, roughly universal ruler, though the translation never quite captures the full meaning, which suggests something closer to fierce ruler or ocean ruler, implying power vast and implacable as the sea. The ceremony is elaborate, involving shamans and sacrifices and formal oaths. But underneath the ritual is hard political reality. These clans are agreeing to follow him because he's proven he can lead them to victory, can distribute spoils fairly, can protect them from enemies, and can offer them something more valuable than their traditional independence, the chance to be part of something larger, something that might last. You watch warriors taking oaths of loyalty, swearing to follow Genghis Khan to death, to never abandon their comrades, and to share in both victory and defeat. The oaths are binding in ways that transcend mere words. Breaking them brings shame not just to the individual, but to their entire family. Curses that follow them through life and into death. His law code, the Asa, starts taking shape around this time. You listen as he lays out rules that seem designed to prevent the exact kind of chaos that dominated his youth. Theft is harshly punished, often with death, because in a nomadic society where property is limited and valuable, stealing threatens everyone's survival. The punishment is public, performed in ways that make it memorable. Adultery is forbidden, and family bonds are sacred, because stable families mean a stable society. The penalties are severe, extending to both parties involved, sending a message that some behaviours will not be tolerated regardless of who commits them. Loyalty is elevated above almost everything else, because an army where warriors switch sides whenever convenient is no army at all. Desertion in battle brings death, but so does abandoning wounded comrades. A warrior who leaves a brother behind faces execution, while one who retrieves a wounded comrade earns reward and recognition. The code creates a culture where mutual support isn't just encouraged, it's mandated, making the army significantly more effective because warriors know their comrades won't abandon them. There's an interesting tension in the code between harshness and fairness. The punishments are severe, certainly, but they apply equally. A noble who steals faces the same consequences as a commoner who steals. A commander who fails through incompetence gets replaced regardless of his family connections. A wealthy merchant who cheats receives the same treatment as a poor herder who cheats. It's meritocratic and brutal, and it creates a society where talent can rise, but mistakes carry genuine consequences. Religious tolerance becomes one of his unexpected policies. You watch him grant exemptions to shamans, Buddhist monks, Muslim imams, and Christian priests. Anyone devoted to spiritual matters gets a pass from taxes and military service. It's partly pragmatic. Why alienate potential subjects over something as abstract as theology? But there's also a genuine curiosity about different belief systems, a willingness to see what works and adopt it regardless of where it comes from. He consults shamans for traditional guidance, but also listens to Buddhist monks discussing philosophy and Muslim scholars explaining mathematics. The intelligence network he builds is sophisticated, almost modern. Merchants who travel his territories are debriefed about conditions, prices, and political situations in distant regions. They provide information not through coercion but through incentive. Genghis Khan protects trade, which means merchants prosper under his rule, which means they're willing to share what they know. Spies are sent ahead of military campaigns, sometimes years in advance, learning languages, mapping terrain, and identifying factions within target cities who might be bribed or persuaded to cooperate. By the time Mongol armies arrive at a city, they often know more about its defences than the defenders do. They know which gates are weakest, where water supplies enter the city, what internal politics might be exploited, and which merchants might be willing to open gates in exchange for promises of safety and profit. This transforms warfare from a simple application of force into something more sophisticated, more strategic, and more likely to succeed with minimal casualties among Mongol forces. You're standing at a caravanserai now, one of the fortified rest stops that dot the trade routes connecting east and west, and the diversity of people here would astonish anyone who thought the medieval world was isolated and provincial. There are Chinese merchants with silk so fine it catches light like water, the fabric moving with an almost liquid quality that makes you understand why it was worth its weight in gold. Persian traders offer spices that smell like concentrated sunshine, saffron, cardamom, cinnamon and nutmeg, aromas so intense they make your head swim. Russian fur dealers spread pelts that could keep someone warm through any winter, sable, fox, bear, wolf. Their price is negotiated in a mixture of languages and hand gestures that somehow communicates precise value. Indian merchants display gems that flash colours you didn't know existed. Sapphires like captured sky, rubies like frozen fire, and emeralds that hold the green of deep jungle. The building itself is practical. Thick walls that can be defended, a central courtyard where animals can be secured at night, rooms around the perimeter for sleeping, and a common area where meals get served and deals get negotiated. The architecture reflects Persian influence, with arched doorways and decorative tile work, but adapted to local materials and defensive requirements. There are wells that provide fresh water, stores of grain in case caravans arrive depleted, blacksmiths who can repair equipment, and always guards who watch for bandits or hostile forces. The Mongol approach to trade is refreshingly straightforward. Protect the merchants, tax them reasonably, and stay out of their way. Under Genghis Khan and his successors, the Silk Road becomes safer than it's been in centuries. The Paisa system helps immensely. These are tablets of authority, usually bronze or silver, sometimes gold for the most important bearers, inscribed with text and the Khan's seal. They essentially function as passports, granted to merchants and envoys, guaranteeing safe passage through Mongol territory. Soldiers who harass someone carrying a paisa face severe punishment, which means the system actually works. The tablets carry weight because everyone knows that interfering with a paisa holder means answering to the Khan himself. You watch a caravan preparing to depart, and the organisation involved is impressive. The camels are loaded with practiced efficiency, goods packed and balanced to prevent shifting during travel. Each animal carries perhaps 400 pounds, distributed in carefully balanced loads on either side. The packers are skilled professionals who can judge weight by eye and create stable loads that will travel hundreds of miles without coming loose. Guards are hired, often Mongol veterans who've retired from active military service but still know how to use their weapons, men whose reputation for competence makes bandits think twice about attacking. The route is planned carefully, accounting for water sources, absolutely critical in desert regions where going dry means death for animals and humans alike. There are maps, though not in any form you'd recognise, more like mental catalogues of landmarks and distances that experienced travellers carry in their heads. They know that from this caravanserai to the next is 3 days' travel if the weather cooperates, that there's a reliable well halfway, and that the mountain pass is usually clear from late spring through early autumn, but becomes impassable once the snows start. The conversations you overhear are fascinating, a mixture of languages, Chinese, Persian, Arabic, Turkish and Mongolian, with most experienced travellers knowing at least a smattering of multiple tongues. A Persian merchant and a Chinese trader are negotiating the price of silk, using a combination of their respective languages plus a trade pidgin that's emerged along the route, a practical Creole that facilitates commerce. Numbers get worked out on abacuses or by scratching calculations in the dust, and prices are adjusted based on quality, quantity and market conditions in various cities. The postal system, the YAM, is even more impressive. You see riders arriving at relay stations, switching to fresh horses in the time it takes to gulp down some water and perhaps grab a handful of food. They carry messages that sometimes travel 100 miles in a day, occasionally more when the route is good and the urgency high. The stations are spaced about 25 miles apart, a distance a horse can cover at speed without collapsing. The system allows the Khan to communicate with commanders thousands of miles away, to coordinate military campaigns across continents, and to receive intelligence and send orders faster than any previous empire managed. The riders themselves are tough, weathered men who've proven themselves capable of enduring the hardships of constant travel. They know the routes intimately, can navigate in the dark, and can read weather signs that tell them when to seek shelter and when to push on. They carry cylindrical message containers strapped to their bodies, made from leather or bamboo, sealed to protect contents from weather. The messages themselves are written on silk when available, because silk is light and durable, or on special paper treated to resist moisture. Cultural exchange happens almost accidentally along these routes. You see Chinese paper-making techniques travelling west, a Persian merchant watching a Chinese papermaker and realising he could replicate the process back home, that knowledge worth more than any single load of trade goods. Persian astronomical knowledge heads east, carried by scholars fleeing political instability, finding eager audiences in Chinese courts interested in improving their calendar systems. European metalworking methods show up in Central Asian workshops, taught by captured craftsmen who've been given the choice between teaching their skills or dying. The Mongols themselves adopt freely from the cultures they encounter. You watch Chinese siege engineers being integrated into Mongol armies, their knowledge of catapults and trebuchets transforming the Mongols from steppe raiders into forces capable of reducing fortified cities. Persian administrators get recruited to manage conquered territories, their experience with complex bureaucracies proving invaluable. Captured craftsmen from everywhere get established in workshops, teaching their skills to apprentices, creating goods that blend techniques from multiple traditions. The wealth flowing through these trade routes is staggering. A successful merchant can retire rich after a single journey from Beijing to Baghdad, assuming they survive the trip and avoid being robbed. Both significant assumptions. The profits are large enough to justify the risks. Silk purchased in China for silver might sell in Persia for 3 times what it cost, and Persian carpets or glassware can command similar markups when sold in China. The taxes collected from this trade help fund the empire's military operations, creating a feedback loop where successful conquests make trade safer, which generates more tax revenue, which funds more conquests. You notice how cosmopolitan the larger Mongol cities become. Karakoram, the capital established by Ögedei, hosts Buddhist temples, Muslim mosques, Christian churches, and shamanistic shrines, often within sight of each other. Scholars debate theology in marketplaces. Scientists exchange ideas in multilingual discussions facilitated by translators, and artists blend styles from different traditions. It's messy and chaotic and occasionally violent when religious tensions flare. but it's also genuinely innovative in ways that isolated, homogeneous societies rarely manage. The food available in these trading cities reflects the routes passing through them. You find yourself in a marketplace where Chinese noodles sit beside Persian rice dishes, Russian bread shares shelf space with Indian flatbreads, and Central Asian dumplings compete with Middle Eastern stews. The cuisines blend and influence each other, creating fusion dishes that wouldn't exist without this forced proximity. Noodle dishes seasoned with Middle Eastern spices, dumplings filled with ingredients from multiple culinary traditions, and breads, incorporating techniques from different baking cultures. You try a dish that combines elements from 3 different culinary traditions, and it works somehow, the flavours complementing rather than fighting each other. The Chinese noodles are served in a Persian-style sauce with spices that smell like India, topped with meat prepared using Mongol techniques. It shouldn't work, but it does, the different elements balancing each other, creating something new that's greater than its component parts. At night, the caravanserai becomes something like a combination marketplace, newsroom and social club. Merchants share information about conditions ahead, warn each other about bandits or corrupt officials. There's always someone trying to extract unofficial taxes and negotiate deals for the next leg of their journeys. The information exchange is valuable, sometimes more valuable than the physical goods being traded. A warning about plague in a certain city might save lives and fortunes. News about political instability might change route choices, and intelligence about good harvests or famines affects pricing strategies. Someone produces a stringed instrument you don't recognize, perhaps a Persian tar or a Chinese pipa, and someone else starts singing in a language you don't understand, but the music itself transcends the language barrier, telling a story about longing and distance and the peculiar loneliness of being far from home. Others join in, some harmonizing, some adding percussion by slapping their knees or clapping hands, creating something spontaneous and beautiful that exists only in this moment, never to be exactly replicated. You're learning that the Silk Road isn't really about silk, though silk certainly travels it, but about the movement of everything: goods, ideas, technologies, religions, diseases, and stories. It's a network that connects East and West in ways that shape both, that makes isolation impossible, and that creates a medieval world considerably more interconnected than most people imagine. You're examining the administrative structure of the Mongol Empire now, and it's more sophisticated than you expected from your initial assumptions about nomadic conquerors. The common image of Mongol rule as purely military conquest followed by extractive exploitation misses the complexity of how they actually governed the territories they acquired. Sure, the military conquest came first, brutal, efficient, often horrifying in its completeness, but afterward came the harder work of actually running these places, extracting resources without killing the golden goose, and maintaining order across vast distances with limited manpower. The census system they implement across conquered territories is comprehensive, almost oppressive in its thoroughness. You watch bureaucrats, often recruited from the local population because the Mongols lack sufficient literate administrators of their own, going door to door, counting people, livestock and resources. Every household gets registered, assigned a number, and recorded in documents that eventually make their way to regional administrators and ultimately to Karakorum. Every taxable asset gets noted. How many horses, sheep, camels, acres of farmland, workshops, wells, and even trees if they're fruit-bearing and represent economic value. It seems invasive because it is, but it also means the tax burden can be distributed more fairly, or at least more predictably, and revenue collection becomes systematic rather than arbitrary. The old system, where tax collectors showed up demanding whatever they felt like demanding, gets replaced by fixed rates based on recorded assets. You still pay a lot, but you know roughly how much, and there's recourse if collectors try to extract more than what's listed. Local rulers who submit without fighting often keep their positions, though now they're answering to Mongol overseers called darugachi, who make sure tax revenue flows correctly and rebellions don't brew. It's a clever system that minimises the number of administrators needed from the Mongol core population, which remains small compared to the vast territories they control. Better to let local elites continue handling day-to-day governance. They understand local customs, speak the language, and know who's who. While Mongol officials focus on the big picture, revenue, military matters, maintaining order, and ensuring the road stay safe, the Dairagachi are usually veteran warriors, men who've proven themselves in conquest and understand both military matters and the empire's priorities. You meet one, a grizzled soldier named Subaete, who now governs a Chinese province larger than many European kingdoms. He doesn't speak Chinese fluently and relies on interpreters and local advisors, but he understands numbers and loyalty. He knows exactly how much revenue his province should generate, knows which local officials are reliable and which need watching, and he's utterly ruthless about crushing dissent while being surprisingly lenient about cultural practices that don't threaten Mongol interests. The legal system gets reformed to reflect Mongol priorities. Criminal law becomes harsher and more consistent than in many conquered territories. Murder carries the death penalty, applied swiftly and publicly. Theft, especially horse theft, brings severe punishment, often death, sometimes mutilation as a warning to others. Adultery is punished harshly, though you notice the punishments fall harder on women than men, reflecting the patriarchal structures the Mongols share with most conquered societies. Rape carries the death penalty, which is actually more severe than in many medieval legal codes, though enforcement varies depending on the status of the victim and perpetrator. At the same time, commercial law becomes clearer and more favourable to merchants than under previous regimes. Contracts are enforced with the empire's full backing. A merchant cheated in a deal can appeal to Mongol authorities, who will investigate and punish violators regardless of their local status. Property rights get protected better than before. Less arbitrary confiscation by local authorities who now answer to Mongol overseers interested in keeping commerce flowing. Debts are enforced, bankruptcy regulated, and partnerships formalised in ways that make long-distance trade less risky. You notice how the Mongols handle religious institutions, cautiously but not oppressively unless provoked. Religious leaders receive exemptions from taxes and military service, and in return they're expected to pray for the Khan and not cause trouble. It's a pragmatic arrangement that mostly works. Buddhist monasteries in Tibet and China continue their practices. Muslim mosques throughout Central Asia and Persia maintain their rituals, and Christian churches in conquered Russian territories keep celebrating their sacraments. The Mongols don't care which gods you worship as long as you also acknowledge their sovereignty and pay your taxes. Tensions occasionally flare when religious authorities overstep. When a Buddhist monastery starts accumulating too much wealth without paying taxes, when Muslim clerics preach against Mongol rule, or when Christian priests claim they're spiritual, authority supersedes temporal power. The Mongol response is consistent. Spiritual matters are yours to manage, but political authority and economic obligations are non-negotiable. Step over that line, and the exemptions disappear, often violently. The military administration remains central to everything. The empire is divided into regions, each responsible for providing a certain number of warriors when called upon. The decimal system extends beyond the military proper into civilian administration. Units of households are assigned responsibility for supporting specific military units, creating clear chains of supply and support. 10 households support one soldier, providing his equipment, horses, and provisions. It's a system that makes military mobilization faster and more predictable than the ad hoc recruitment methods used by most medieval states. Every male between roughly 15 and 60 is technically available for military service, though in practice the Mongols are selective, preferring to maintain the quality of their forces rather than simply maximizing numbers. You watch a military inspection where young men are tested on horsemanship, archery, and endurance. Those who pass get incorporated into units and begin training that will turn them into the kind of warriors who terrify professional armies. Those who don't pass receive other assignments, support roles, messenger service, or garrison duty in less critical locations. Communication remains crucial, and the YAM system expands to cover the entire empire like a nervous system connecting brain to limbs. You visit a relay station in Central Asia, and it's impressive. Stables with 20 horses, supplies for riders, simple accommodations for official messengers, and a small garrison to protect the station and enforce its privileges. The system is expensive to maintain. All those horses, all that grain, all those guards. but it allows the central government to remain informed about conditions in distant provinces and to respond to crises faster than any previous empire managed. The cost is borne by local populations required to maintain the stations as a form of tax obligation. Villages near stations must provide horses, food, and labour. It's burdensome, but it also means that Mongol officials can travel quickly when needed, that merchants with paisa can move safely, and that rebellion in one province can trigger responses from forces several provinces away before the rebels can consolidate their gains. Taxation is surprisingly diverse, reflecting the different economies the Mongols have conquered. In pastoral regions, it's primarily in animals. Every year, a certain percentage of your herd goes to the empire. In agricultural areas, it's grain and other crops, typically around 10 to 20% of the harvest. Higher if you've rebelled and lower if you've been particularly loyal. In commercial cities, there are taxes on market transactions, customs duties on goods passing through, and licensing fees for certain trades. There's also military service, with households required to provide warriors when needed. There's labour service for building projects, roads, bridges, fortifications, palaces. The burden is heavy, certainly heavier than most people bore under previous regimes, but it's distributed systematically rather than falling randomly on whatever communities happen to catch a tax collector's attention on a bad day. The Mongols prove remarkably good at identifying and utilising talent regardless of origin. A skilled administrator captured during the conquest of Khwarezm might find himself running a province in China. His language skills and administrative experience valued above considerations of ethnicity or past allegiances. A clever engineer gets pulled into military service designing siege equipment. A merchant with knowledge of distant markets becomes an advisor on trade policy. Chinese scholars get incorporated into the Mongol bureaucracy, bringing with them sophisticated record-keeping systems that make administration more efficient. There's a ruthless meritocracy at work that's occasionally refreshing compared to the rigid hereditary systems common in many medieval societies. Yes, being from a powerful Mongol family helps, but incompetence will still get you demoted or worse. A talented foreigner can rise to positions of genuine authority, though they'll always be watched more carefully than ethnic Mongols and always suspected if anything goes wrong. You meet a Chinese official named Yelu Chukai, a former Jin dynasty bureaucrat who now serves Gede Khan as a chief administrator. He's managed to convince the Mongols that systematic taxation generates more revenue than simply looting and destroying conquered territories, that a functioning economy produces wealth that can be taxed repeatedly, and that educated administrators are more valuable alive and working than dead. His influence has probably saved millions of lives by making conquest economically rational, rather than purely extractive. You're in Genghis Khan's final years now, and he's aging in the way warriors age when they've spent decades in the saddle, fighting campaigns, enduring wounds, and pushing their bodies past normal limits. His body carries the accumulated injuries of countless battles, old wounds that ache in cold weather, joints stiff from years of riding, and scars that tell stories he rarely bothers recounting anymore, because everyone who matters already knows them. He's in his 60s, which is genuinely old for this era, ancient for someone who's lived as violently as he has. The campaign against the Western Jia is grinding and exhausting, more a punishment expedition than a genuine conquest. They angered him by refusing to provide support for his war against Khwarezm, citing their own military commitments as an excuse. He hasn't forgotten. Now, years later, he's returned to make sure they understand the consequences of defying him, to demonstrate that agreements with the Khan are not suggestions but obligations backed by the full might of his army. You watch his army systematically dismantling the Western Jia state, destroying cities, eliminating leadership and erasing the kingdom with methodical thoroughness. It's not just about conquest. There are dozens of other kingdoms the Mongols could conquer with less effort. This is about sending a message to every tributary state, every ally, and every potential rebel. Keep your oaths or face annihilation. His health is failing, though he hides it as well as he can. There's a fall from a horse during a hunting trip that seems minor at first, but leaves him injured, possibly bleeding internally. The exact details are murky. Mongol sources are deliberately vague about the Khan's vulnerabilities, but you can see he's not recovering properly. Fever comes and goes. He has trouble eating and keeping down food. His advisors urge him to rest, to return to Mongolia, but he insists on seeing the campaign through. He continues directing operations from a litter when he can't ride anymore, still making decisions, still planning the Empire's future even as his own runs out. You're present during a war council where he discusses strategy for campaigns he won't live to see, conquests that will happen decades after his death. His mind remains sharp even as his body betrays him, and there's something both impressive and sad about watching him refuse to acknowledge his mortality. The question of succession occupies his remaining time and energy. His sons are grown men now, each commanding armies, each with their own supporters and ambitions, and each capable of tearing the Empire apart in a civil war if succession isn't handled carefully. The traditional Mongol approach would be to divide the Empire among them, giving each son a territory to rule independently. He's seen how that fragments power, creates opportunities for rivals, and turns unified strength into competing factions. Instead, he designates Ögedei as his primary successor, someone he thinks has the temperament to hold the empire together. Not his eldest son, Yochi, whose paternity carries those quiet questions from Berta's captivity. Not Chagatai, who's strong but inflexible, too rigid to navigate the complex politics of ruling a multi-ethnic empire. Not Tolui, the youngest, who's brilliant but too young to command the respect of senior commanders. Ögedei, the third son, is competent without being threatening and diplomatic without being weak, someone his brothers might accept because he doesn't inspire the same jealousy or resentment. There are long conversations during these final weeks. You watch him talking with his sons, laying out his vision for continued expansion, warning them about specific threats, and sharing accumulated wisdom about warfare, governance, and the management of their conquered territories. He tells them that their strength lies in unity, that divided they'll be vulnerable to the civilizations they've subjugated, and that maintaining the empire will require cooperation even when it's difficult. Whether they listen is another question. You can see the tensions already present, Chagatai and Yochi barely speaking to each other, old grudges festering, each son calculating his own position, making plans that may or may not include supporting his designated successor. Genghis Khan sees it too, you think, and it worries him. But there's only so much he can control from beyond the grave. His death in 1227 is kept secret initially, following his explicit instructions. The army needs to complete the campaign against the Western Sea, and announcing the Khan's death might encourage rebellion or embolden enemies, so they carry his body back toward Mongolia in secret, maintaining the fiction that he's still alive and directing operations. Messengers continue riding in and out of camp, as if carrying his orders. Guards maintain watch over his tent as if he's resting inside. The Western Xia ruler and his family are lured into a meeting with Mongol commanders, where they're executed, their kingdom erased so thoroughly that its language and culture largely disappear from history. The funeral procession supposedly kills anyone who sees it, maintaining secrecy about the burial location. Whether this is true or propaganda is hard to say. Certainly some people along the route die, but whether through systematic execution or normal mortality inflated by legend is unclear. The burial site itself remains unknown to this day, hidden somewhere in the mountains of northern Mongolia, protected by isolation and deliberate obscurity. The empire he leaves behind is the largest contiguous land empire the world has ever seen, stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, from the frozen forests of Siberia to the borders of India. It's connected by those relay stations, secured by military garrisons, administered by a bureaucracy that blends Mongol oversight with local expertise, and enriched by trade that flows more freely than it has in centuries. The population under Mongol control numbers in the tens of millions, encompassing dozens of ethnic groups, multiple religions, and countless cultures now unified under a single political system. His descendants will expand it further, pushing the boundaries even beyond what he achieved. Ögedei will invade Eastern Europe, sending armies under Batu Khan that will terrify kingdoms from Poland to Hungary, crushing European armies at Legnica and Mohi, and advancing so far west that scouts reportedly reach the Adriatic Sea. Only Ogeday's death in 1241 pulls them back, as commanders return to Mongolia for the Kurultai to choose his successor. Minka will continue the expansion after securing his own succession through political manoeuvring and some bloodshed. Kublai will conquer the rest of China, overthrowing the Song dynasty and establishing the Yuan dynasty, becoming emperor of the Middle Kingdom, a development that would have seemed impossible when his grandfather was a hungry orphan stealing fish from streams. The Mongol domains will eventually encompass perhaps 25% of the world's land area, directly ruling or collecting tribute from regions stretching from Korea to Hungary and from Vietnam to Russia. But you're interested in the quieter legacies, the changes that persist beyond military conquest and political control, the religious tolerance, imperfect but genuine, that allows different faiths to coexist within the empire. It's not quite the modern concept of religious freedom. There are definitely hierarchies and definitely expectations about behaviour, but it's remarkably pluralistic for the medieval period. A Buddhist can trade with a Muslim, a Christian can serve alongside a shamanist in the army, and religious disputes are settled by civil authorities rather than through religious warfare. The meritocratic principles that let talented people rise regardless of birth leave marks on subsequent societies. The idea that competence should determine position, that hereditary nobility isn't automatically entitled to leadership, and that talent should be identified and promoted. These concepts influence political thinking in ways that outlast Mongol rule. When the empire fragments and eventually disappears, replaced by various successor states, some of these principles persist, embedded in administrative practices and cultural expectations. The trade networks that connect East and West remain active long after Mongol political unity dissolves, allowing exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. The Silk Road reaches its peak under Mongol protection, and even as the empire fragments, the routes remain more accessible than they were before the conquests. Merchants continue travelling paths that Mongol armies secured, carrying not just physical goods but also knowledge, printing techniques, gunpowder formulas, mathematical concepts, and artistic styles. There's also the darker legacy that can't be ignored or minimised. The cities destroyed, the populations killed, the cultures erased. The Mongol conquest killed millions, by some estimates, perhaps 40 million people or more, though exact numbers are impossible to verify and hotly debated by historians. Entire cities were annihilated so completely that archaeologists still find the destruction layers in their ruins, thick bands of ash and bone marking the moment the Mongols arrived. The Khwarezmian Empire essentially ceased to exist, its major cities reduced to rubble, its population devastated. The irrigation systems in Central Asia and Persia suffered damage that took centuries to repair, turning productive agricultural land into semi-desert. Baghdad, when it finally falls to Hulagu in 1258, loses perhaps 1 million inhabitants. Its famed library is destroyed, and centuries of Islamic scholarship are lost forever. The Jin dynasty in northern China fights for decades before being destroyed, its territory depopulated by warfare, famine, and disease. The Song dynasty holds out longer, but eventually falls as well, its sophisticated culture absorbed and transformed by the Yuan dynasty. Russia fragments into competing principalities, many paying tribute to the Golden Horde for centuries, their political development altered by the experience of Mongol domination. You notice how the empire begins fragmenting even before it fully settles, centrifugal forces pulling it apart despite efforts to maintain unity. The various khanates develop their own characters, their own priorities, and their own relationships with the populations they rule. The Golden Horde in Russia becomes increasingly separate, its khans converting to Islam, adopting Persian administrative practices, and developing their own court culture. The Ilkhanate in Persia also converts to Islam, becoming essentially a Persian empire ruled by Mongol elites, who gradually assimilate into Persian culture. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia maintains nomadic traditions longer, but also fragments internally, splitting between eastern and western branches with different priorities and policies. The Yuan dynasty in China becomes more Chinese with each generation, with Kublai and his successors adopting Chinese administrative practices, Confucian ideology, and imperial ceremonies until they're essentially Chinese emperors who happen to be Descended from Mongol conquerors, the trade networks prove more durable than political unity. Even as the various khanates drift apart politically, pursuing independent foreign policies, sometimes even fighting each other, the Silk Road continues functioning at high levels. Merchants still travel routes that the Mongol conquest secured, carrying goods between regions that might be politically separate but remain economically connected. Ideas flow along these paths. Gunpowder technology spreads westward, eventually revolutionizing European warfare. Printing technology expands beyond China, though it won't reach Europe for another century. Mathematical concepts cross cultural boundaries. Arabic numerals become more widely used. Algebraic techniques spread, and astronomical observations get shared and refined through intercultural contact. You see elements of Mongol law and administration being adopted by successor states, particularly in Russia, where the influence persists longest. The census techniques get copied and refined. The postal system inspires later communication networks, including those established by Russian and Chinese empires. The idea of religious tolerance, however imperfectly implemented, plants seeds that will influence later thinking about governance, sovereignty, and the relationship between political and religious authority. The military innovations spread as well, though they're often resisted initially because adopting them means acknowledging that these barbarian conquerors understood something important about warfare. Other armies eventually study Mongol tactics, try to replicate their mobility and coordination, and adopt elements of their command structure. The composite bow design influences weapons development across Eurasia, though it's gradually superseded by crossbows and eventually firearms. The emphasis on cavalry mobility and tactical flexibility becomes doctrine in military academies that won't exist for centuries but will trace some of their thinking back to lessons learned fighting against or alongside Mongol forces. The idea of combined arms warfare, coordinating different types of units for maximum effect, owes something to Mongol practice, though it gets developed further by later military thinkers. You're sitting by a fire now, not in any specific time or place, but in the kind of moment that existed throughout the Mongol period and continues in diminished form today, after the day's work, before sleep, when people gather and talk quietly while flames die down to embers in the vast sky wheels overhead. The conversation meanders, touching on ordinary things that matter more than empire. Someone mentions weather patterns, noting how the clouds have been building differently lately, speculating about whether the rains will come early this year or late. Someone else mentions seeing unusual bird behaviour, cranes migrating in formations that seemed wrong for the season, which might mean something about coming weather patterns. These observations aren't idle chatter, they're survival information. The accumulated knowledge that keeps communities alive in environments that don't forgive mistakes. Someone tells a joke you don't quite catch, but the laughter suggests it's funnier in the original language. Something about a merchant and a stubborn camel. The punchline relying on wordplay that doesn't translate well. The laughter is genuine though, the kind that comes from people who spend their days together and have developed their own rhythms of humour, their own internal references and running jokes. A woman is doing needlework by firelight, creating patterns in felt that will decorate her gear, transforming functional shelter into something beautiful. Her hands move with practiced precision, needle pulling thread through material, creating geometric designs that echo patterns used for generations. Someone asks about the design, and she explains it's a variation of a pattern her grandmother taught her, modified slightly to incorporate elements from a different tradition she learned from a neighbour who married in from another region. It's a small example of cultural synthesis happening at the most basic level. Children sleep nearby, bundled in furs despite the season being relatively warm, because desert nights get cold even in summer. They make the small sounds of dreams, soft murmurs, occasional movements, and the peaceful breathing of the deeply asleep. You think about how each of them carries forward the knowledge of their culture, learning through observation and participation, how to ride, how to hunt, how to survive in this landscape, and how to maintain the intricate web of relationships and obligations that hold society together. They'll grow up in a world shaped by the empire. Perhaps they're living during its height, perhaps during its fragmentation, perhaps after it's dissolved into successor states. Their daily lives will still centre on herds and horses, weather and grass, and the practical demands of nomadic pastoralism that persist regardless of political structures. The skills they learn and teach their own children will be variations on skills practiced for millennia on these grasslands. The stars overhead are doing what stars have always done, wheeling across the sky in patterns that travellers and shamans read for meaning and navigation. The fire settles lower, sparks drifting up toward those distant lights, and someone adds another piece of fuel, argil, dried wood, whatever's available, keeping the warmth going a little longer. The action is automatic, performed without thought, part of the rhythm of evening that everyone knows. There's a comfort in routines that persist regardless of politics or empires. The animals still need tending, checking on horses that might have wandered during the day, ensuring sheep are safely corralled against predators, and making sure camels are properly hobbled. The seasons still cycle through their changes, bringing their own demands and opportunities. The grass grows according to patterns of rain and temperature, unconcerned with human affairs. The wind blows across the steppe, indifferent to who claims sovereignty over the land it crosses. You think about how history gets written by the dramatic moments, the battles, the conquests, the rise and fall of empires, and the decisions of khans and kings. But most of life happens in the spaces between those moments, in the ordinary work of feeding families and maintaining equipment, and teaching children, and telling stories around fires. The Mongol Empire conquered half the world, but most Mongols spent most of their time doing the same things their ancestors had done for generations. Managing herds, moving with seasons, and surviving in a landscape that didn't forgive mistakes. The conversation by the fire continues, voices low and comfortable, discussing tomorrow's plans, sharing observations about the condition of various animals, and debating the best route to the next grazing area. Someone mentions that the northern pastures should be recovering nicely, that the spring growth was good, and that they've had enough time to rest. Someone else counters that the southern route might be better, despite the longer distance, because there are better water sources, and less risk of encountering a rival group that's been aggressive lately. It's the kind of discussion that doesn't need resolution tonight, that serves more to maintain connection than to reach conclusions. Everyone knows that actual decisions will get made tomorrow based on weather, animal condition, and a dozen factors that can only be assessed when the time comes to move. The discussion is partly planning, partly social ritual, and partly just the pleasure of talking with people you know and trust. Someone begins singing a traditional song that predates the empire by centuries, and that will probably survive whatever comes after. The melody is simple, built to be remembered, and designed to carry across distances when herders are scattered across the grassland and want to hear human voices. It's a song about horses, naturally, praising the qualities of a particularly fine mare, using metaphors that compare her to natural phenomena, swift as wind, strong as mountains, beautiful as dawn, light on water. Others join in, harmonizing in ways that suggest they've sung together many times before. The harmonies are complex, built on intervals that sound unusual to ears trained on different musical traditions, but are perfectly natural here. The song cycles through several verses, each describing different qualities of the legendary horse, before ending on a note that seems to hang in the air, sustained until breath runs out, then fading into the night. You're feeling sleep pulling at you. The combination of warmth and darkness and the hypnotic quality of firelight and voices making your eyelids heavy. Your body is tired in the good way that comes from physical work, from a day spent riding or walking or accomplishing something tangible. There's satisfaction in that kind of tiredness, the knowledge that you've earned your rest, that your body has done what it's designed to do. Outside the circle of firelight, the steppe stretches away into darkness, vast and indifferent and somehow comforting in its constancy. You can hear animals moving, the soft sounds of horses shifting position, sheep settling in for the night, and the occasional cry of some nocturnal predator in the distance. These sounds are familiar, expected, and part of the auditory landscape that tells you everything is as it should be. The fire burns lower, flames reducing to coals that glow orange and red, pulsing slightly as air moves across them. The conversation fragments into silence, people running out of things to say or simply running out of energy. They begin settling into sleeping positions, wrapping themselves in furs and felt, finding the familiar comfort of ground that's been their bed for weeks or months. Some people pray quietly before sleep, murmuring words to the eternal blue sky, making offerings, and acknowledging spirits and forces that inhabit this landscape. Others simply close their eyes, too tired for ritual, confident that their relationship with the divine doesn't require nightly maintenance. The camp develops that particular quality of collective rest, when most people are asleep but a few remain partially aware, maintaining a low-level vigilance that's become second nature. The wind picks up slightly, and the felt walls of the jar creak but hold, doing what they've been designed to do for centuries. The sound is actually comforting, a reminder that you're sheltered, protected from the elements by materials and techniques refined through generations of experience. Outside, the wind moves across the grassland, bending vegetation, carrying with it the smells of night, cooler air, moisture, and the complex organic sense of a living landscape. You close your eyes, and the last thing you're aware of is the sound of horses moving outside. Their presence a reminder that tomorrow will begin with animals to tend, distances to cover, and the endless practical work of staying alive in a beautiful, demanding landscape that shaped an empire and will outlast it. The horses represent wealth and mobility, survival and status, and connection to traditions that stretch back beyond memory. Sleep comes easily under the vast Mongolian sky, consciousness fading as your body relaxes into rest it's earned through the day's exertions. Your dreams, when they come, are fragmentary and disconnected. Images of horizons, the sensation of movement, faces around the fire, and the particular quality of light at dawn when frost catches early sun and transforms ordinary grassland into something magical. The fire fades to embers, then ashes, and the camp settles into the deepest part of night, that quiet period between midnight and dawn when even the most vigilant guardians struggle to stay alert. The stars continue their slow rotation, indifferent and eternal, bearing witness to yet another day's ending on the steppe. Another cycle of life continuing as it has for millennia, as it will for millennia more, long after empires have dissolved, into legend and memory. The grass grows over the ruins of conquest, patient and persistent, reclaiming land that briefly saw different purposes. The wind continues its ancient work, shaping landscape, carrying seeds, and eroding mountains one grain at a time. The sky stretches overhead, that particular blue that becomes visible only as dawn approaches, signalling that soon another day will begin, bringing with it new challenges and opportunities, new moments of beauty and hardship, and new additions to the endless human story of surviving, thriving, and finding meaning in the midst of vast indifference. And you sleep peacefully beneath that eternal sky, part of a story larger than any one person, any one empire, or any one moment in the long sweep of time across these endless grasslands. You are now seeing the birth of an industry that now makes hundreds of billions of dollars every year as you picture these old scenes. But more than that, you're seeing a behaviour that is uniquely human and goes beyond culture, geography, and time. The desire to change how we look, to show who we are through colour and pattern, and to take part in the ancient ritual of enhancement. These urges connect you directly to the cave dwellers who mixed ochre by firelight. When you next open a lipstick or eyeshadow palette, you're doing something that people have been doing since the beginning of time. The tools are better, the colours are more varied, and the techniques are more advanced, but the basic drive is still the same. You're changing yourself for a short time, just like people have done since we first looked at our reflection in still water and thought about how we might look different. As you get more comfortable in your blanket, let your mind drift down the Nile River to ancient Egypt, where the art of cosmetics reached heights that would not be reached for thousands of years. Imagine yourself walking through the busy streets of Thebes on a warm morning in 1350 BCE, when the famous boy king Tutankhamun was in charge. The sun is already rising toward its harsh noon position, but the city is still busy. The first thing you notice about the Egyptians you meet is their eyes. Everyone, from men to women to children to nobles to servants, wears dramatic eye makeup that makes their eyes look bigger, more intense, and almost supernatural in some way. The effect is amazing, as if you're in a room full of people who have borrowed the eyes of gods. This wasn't an accident. The Egyptians thought that the eyes were not only the windows to the soul but all butt lips, also to the divine world. The intricate eye makeup had practical, spiritual and aesthetic uses that were so closely linked that an ancient Egyptian would have thought it was strange to try to separate them. Kohl was the most famous part of Egyptian eye makeup. It was a dark substance that was put around the eyes in dramatic lines that went beyond the natural shape of the eyes. But kohl wasn't just one thing. It was made from a mix of things, each with its own uses and properties. Galena, a lead sulfide mineral that made a deep, shiny black, was the most common. Egyptians ground this mineral into a fine powder and then mixed it with animal fat, vegetable oil, or even honey to make a smooth paste. Making kohl was almost like a religious ceremony. Families would have special grinding pallets that were often made of slate and shaped like fish, birds, or other important symbols. People took good care of the grinding stones and passed them down through the years like valuable heirlooms. The sound of stone scraping against stone to make kohl would have been as common in Egyptian homes as the sound of coffee brewing is in ours. But Egyptians didn't only use black. They made a whole range of eye makeup colours, each with its own meaning and way of getting ready. Malachite, a green copper carbonate mineral, was ground into a fine powder to make bright green eyeshadow. Green wasn't just pretty, it was also a symbol of rebirth and fertility, which made it very popular with women who wanted to have children, or who were grieving the death of a loved one. Putting on Egyptian eye makeup was an art that needed skill, patience, and steady hands. Most wealthy families had special makeup applicators made of wood, ivory, or metal. These tools were often beautifully carved and decorated, making putting on makeup every day feel like a special event. The richest Egyptians might have their own makeup artists, who were skilled servants who could make the complicated designs that showed someone was from the upper class. Imagine a rich Egyptian woman starting her daily makeup routine. She sits on a low stool in front of a polished metal mirror. Around her are a lot of cosmetic containers made of alabaster, wood, and precious metals. Her makeup artist starts by washing her face with a mixture of animal fats and natron, a naturally occurring salt that acted as soap. The cleaning process is gentle but thorough, getting the skin ready for the day's makeup. The eye makeup is the most complicated and important part, so it goes first. The artist uses a thin reed or bronze applicator to draw precise lines of kohl around the woman's eyes. The lines go past the outer corners to make an almond shape that makes her features look even more beautiful. If the lines aren't perfectly straight, it will be clear right away that the work is bad. Next, the eyeshadow. The artist carefully puts green malachite powder on the woman's eyelids with a different applicator, blending it smoothly from the lash line to the brow bone. The green colour catches the light when she blinks, giving her eyes a soft glow that makes them look like they're on fire. But Egyptian makeup wasn't just for the eyes. Both men and women used a lot of other beauty products that anyone who is into beauty today would know about. They put red ochre and fat together to make rouge, which they put on their lips and cheeks. They used henna to colour their hair, nails, and sometimes even their palms and feet. The patterns they made showed their social status and personal taste. People all over the ancient world knew about Egyptian perfumes. They made complicated scents by soaking flowers, herbs, and spices in oils and fats. Some of the most valuable ingredients were rose, jasmine, frankincense, and myrrh. People who were rich would put these expensive oils on their bodies every day, and the smells would stay with them like invisible auras of luxury. The boxes that Egyptian cosmetics came in were often works of art on their own. Rich Egyptians kept their makeup in fancy boxes and jars made of valuable materials and decorated with religious symbols. These containers weren't just useful, they were also a sign of the owner's wealth and taste. Some cosmetic containers that were found in tombs are so beautiful that they are now on display in museums as examples of ancient craftsmanship. Egyptian cosmetics have a lot of religious meaning. Different gods and goddesses were linked to certain colours and patterns. The green eyeshadow was a tribute to Hathor, the goddess of beauty and love. People thought that black kohl could protect them from the evil eye and call on Ra, the sun god. Putting on makeup was even seen as a way to worship the gods every day by making oneself beautiful. Modern science has shown that Egyptian cosmetics also had useful effects. Kohl contains lead, which is poisonous in large amounts but actually killed bacteria and stopped eye infections. The oils and fats in cosmetics protected skin from the harsh sun and wind in the desert. Many of the ingredients had antimicrobial properties that helped keep both the cosmetics and the skin of the people who used them safe. Back then, It was amazing how beauty became available to everyone in ancient Egypt. Rich people could buy more expensive makeup and hire professionals to put it on, but even servants and workers wore basic eye makeup. People didn't think of this as vanity. They thought it was necessary for health, spiritual protection, and being accepted by others. Some of the makeup techniques used in ancient Egypt weren't found again until modern times. They knew how to make makeup that wouldn't wash off, pigments that would last a long time, and even early versions of what we might call foundation and concealer. Their knowledge of colour theory, preservation, and application techniques formed the basis for cosmetic practices that are still used today. As you think about these old beauty rituals, you're seeing a civilization that knew a lot about how looks and identity are connected. Makeup was more than just decoration for Egyptians. It was a way to change their appearance, protect themselves, and show their devotion all at once. We can see the beginning of cosmetics as both art and business in their painted eyes and coloured lips. These products set standards for beauty that would last for thousands of years. As you travel through the ancient world, let your mind take you from the Nile River to the sun-drenched hills of Greece, around 450 BCE, when Athens was at its best. The Aegean Sea's salty breeze and olive blossoms make the air smell good. In this land that gave us democracy and philosophy, you'll find a very different idea of beauty, one that values natural perfection over dramatic change. On a nice morning, if you walk through the Agora of Athens, you'll notice something about the people around you that stands out. The Greeks look almost plain next to the Egyptians, who painted their bodies in very dramatic ways. But if you look closer, you'll see that this simple look hides a complex and carefully crafted style that still affects standards of beauty today. The Greek ideas of beauty were very philosophical. They believed in the idea of kalos, which meant both physical beauty and moral goodness. A person had to find a balance between their looks and their inner goodness to be truly beautiful. This meant that cosmetics weren't just about looking good. They were also about becoming good, making the outside look perfect to show how valuable you are on the inside. The Greeks liked what they called marble skin, which was pale, smooth, and perfect, like the stone their sculptors used to make their works of art. It took a lot of work and some not-so-good methods to get this look. Rich Greek women would use mixtures of white lead and chalk on their skin to make it lighter. They knew that having pale skin meant you could relax and not have to work, since the sun's rays darkened the skin of workers and slaves. But making marble skin was more complicated than just putting on white makeup. Greek women had long, complicated beauty routines that started long before they touched their faces. They would bathe in milk, honey, and olive oil, which were all good for the skin and made it look slightly glowing. The milk's natural acids gently exfoliated the skin, the honey moisturized it and killed bacteria, and the olive oil formed a protective barrier that made the skin feel soft and smooth. Imagine a rich Athenian woman named Aspasia starting her beauty routine in the morning. She begins by taking a bath that smells like rose petals and scented oils. Her slaves have set the water to the right temperature and added herbs that are known to make skin softer. She takes her time soaking, letting the oils soak into her skin while the warm water opens her pores. After her bath, Aspasia goes to her private room to get her makeup. Greek makeup tools were simple but elegant. They included bronze mirrors that were polished to a mirror-like shine, small spoons for measuring powder, and fine brushes made from animal hair. The cosmetics were kept in beautiful pottery jars that were often painted with scenes from mythology or everyday life. The base of Greek makeup was literally foundation. It was a white base made from lead carbonate that gave the skin the pale look they wanted. Aspasia's slave uses a damp cloth to carefully apply this to the skin until it looks smooth and porcelain-like. It takes skill to do this right. If you use too much makeup, it looks obvious and fake, and if you use too little, it doesn't work. Greek women didn't just want pale skin. They wanted their skin to look healthy and glowing under the white base. They did this by putting a light red colour on their cheeks with red ochre or crushed mulberries. The goal wasn't the bright colour that would become popular later. Instead, it was a soft flush that made people look healthy and full of life. The eyes were given careful but not too much attention. Greek women learned how to use kohl from their Egyptian neighbours, but they did it in a much more subtle way. Greek eye makeup didn't use the dramatic extensions that were popular in Egypt. Instead, it followed the natural shape of the eyes, darkening the lashes and defining the eyes without making the face look too busy. They might put a little colour on the eyelids, usually a soft grey or brown, but the goal is always to make them look better, not different. Greek lip makeup was very interesting. They liked what they called wine-dark lips, which was inspired by a famous phrase from Homer about the sea. This dark purple-red colour came from mixing red ochre, crushed berries, and sometimes even ground insects that made red dye. The application was very careful. Greek women used small brushes to paint their lips into perfect shapes, usually smaller than their natural lip line, to get the look they wanted of delicate, refined features. But there was a strange contradiction in Greek beauty culture. Women were supposed to look naturally beautiful, but getting this natural look took a lot of work with fake makeup. The pale skin that made them look naturally refined was actually from toxic lead makeup. The rosy glow that showed good health was painted on. The lips were carefully shaped with brushes and pigments to make them look perfect. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. It was also thought that any man who moved in high-class social circles needed to wear perfume. There were big changes in the way people used cosmetics when they moved from Greece to Rome. As you keep going on your mental journey, picture yourself in Rome around the year 50 CE, when Emperor Claudius was in charge. People from all over the empire come to the city to do business. Egyptian merchants sell exotic pigments, Germanic slaves with pale skin that Roman women like, and Spanish traders sell precious metals for cosmetic containers. In a lot of ways, Roman beauty culture was Greek beauty culture on steroids. The Greeks liked things to be subtle and not too much, while the Romans liked things to be over the top and dramatic. The Greeks wanted to look naturally perfect, but the Romans openly praised fake improvements. The Romans were very open about how fake their cosmetics were, and they weren't afraid to try new things. Roman women took the Greek love of pale skin to the next level. To get skin that was almost see-through, they used even more dangerous mixtures with white lead, mercury and arsenic. The health effects were terrible. Many wealthy Roman women suffered from what we now know as heavy metal poisoning, which caused hair loss, skin damage and neurological problems. But the style was so strong that they kept using these harmful products, even though they knew they were bad for their health. The Roman version was very different from the Greek version, which was much more subtle. Roman women didn't just put bright red on their cheeks, they sometimes put it all over their faces. They made bright red pigments that caught the light and let people know they were there from across the room by using cinnabar, mercury sulfide. The goal wasn't to look healthy, it was to look rich, powerful and stylish. The Romans also had very dramatic eye makeup. They used kohl even more than the Egyptians did, which made their eyes look dark and smoky, as if they were smouldering with intensity. Roman women also started using coloured eyeshadows, in colours that would have shocked their Greek predecessors. They used bright blues made from ground lapis lazuli, vivid greens made from malachite, and even gold leaf for special occasions. The colour of Roman lips was just as bright. They liked bright reds made from crushed insects, red ochre and cinnabar. Some Roman women even used a red dye made from a certain kind of seaweed that made a colour that looked almost fluorescent and glowed in the light of a lamp. The application was very precise and dramatic. The lips were painted into exaggerated shapes that made them look fake. Roman perfumes became famous all over the ancient world. They brought in strange things from all over their empire, like frankincense from Arabia, spices from India, and flowers from Egypt. Roman perfumers came up with complicated ways to mix scents that made perfumes with many layers of scent that changed over the course of the day. Rich Romans might change their perfumes several times a day, using different scents for different activities and social situations. The tools and containers that Romans used for cosmetics became more and more fancy and expensive. Rich Roman women had makeup collections that included dozens of specialized tools made of precious metals and decorated with jewels. Their makeup boxes were often works of art, with detailed carvings, inlaid gems and mechanical parts that would have impressed engineers today. Ornatrices were Roman beauty salons where skilled slaves worked to put on makeup. These experts came up with methods that wouldn't be used again for hundreds of years. They knew how to make cosmetics that wouldn't smudge in the heat, how to mix colours for different skin tones, and how to use makeup to make different facial features look different. As you picture these Roman beauty rituals, you're seeing the beginning of cosmetics as a way to show off your wealth. For Romans, wearing a lot of makeup wasn't just about looking good, it was also about showing off their wealth, status and sophistication. You looked more successful the more fake and expensive you looked. This way of thinking about makeup as a status symbol would change the way people think about beauty for hundreds of years. As you relax and learn about the history of beauty, let your mind travel along the Silk Road, the famous network of trade routes that connected the East and the West. Picture yourself as a merchant's friend in the Tang dynasty, around 700 CE, as you make your way to the beautiful city of Chang'an, which is now Xi'an. You've been travelling through deserts and mountains for months. The first thing that stands out about Chinese beauty culture is how refined and subtle it is. The Romans liked bold drama, and the Egyptians liked spiritual symbols. The Chinese, on the other hand, developed an aesthetic philosophy based on harmony, balance, and making natural beauty even more beautiful. Their ideas about makeup were heavily influenced by traditional Chinese medicine, philosophy, and the idea of qi, which is the life force that flows through all things. Imagine yourself in the morning fog of a Tang dynasty palace garden, where the ladies of the court are starting to get ready for their beauty. The ritual begins before dawn, not with putting on makeup, but with paying close attention to health and inner balance. According to Chinese cosmetic philosophy, true beauty came from within. Healthy organs, balanced energy, and spiritual harmony naturally made people look beautiful on the outside, and cosmetics could only make that beauty better. The Chinese were great chemists who came up with cosmetic ingredients and methods that were hundreds of years ahead of those used in the West. They learned how to make pigments that last a long time from minerals, came up with ways to keep cosmetics fresh for months, and figured out how nutrition affects skin health in ways that wouldn't be scientifically proven until modern times. Fen, a type of Chinese face powder, was made from rice flour, ground pearls, and sometimes lead carbonate, depending on the time and social class. The rice flour gave the skin a soft cover while letting it breathe, and the ground pearls added a subtle shine that made the skin look like porcelain. People thought that putting on fen was an art that took years of practice to get good at. A court lady puts on her makeup every day with the same care as a master calligrapher. She starts by washing her face with rice water, which is a method that modern beauty fans have recently rediscovered for its anti-aging effects. The rice water cleanses the skin and gently exfoliates and moisturizes it. Next is the base. She uses a silk cloth that has been dampened with rose water to apply the rice powder foundation in thin, even layers. She builds up coverage slowly until her skin is as smooth as a pearl. It takes time and careful attention to detail to do the process. The goal isn't to hide her natural beauty, it's to make it perfect so that the art can come to life on it. Chinese eyebrow fashion was very advanced. Eyebrow shapes changed a lot over the years. They went from thin crescents to bold straight lines, to delicate curves that followed complicated geometric rules. Women would completely pluck their natural eyebrows and then use special brushes and pigments made from charcoal, plant dyes, or even crushed butterfly wings to draw them back on. The red lips were probably the most famous part of Chinese makeup, but putting them on was much more complicated than just painting them red. Chinese women used a method called Dian Chun, which meant putting red pigment only in the middle of their lips and leaving the edges their natural colour. This made a small, bow-shaped mouth that was thought to be the most feminine and elegant. People used safflower petals, cinnabar, or a red paste made from crushed rose petals and honey to colour their lips. But the most sought-after lip colour came from a very clever source. Women would press special paper that had been treated with red pigment against their lips to transfer the colour. This early type of lipstick paper was easy to carry, lasted a long time, and made the colour just right. They also came up with nail art techniques that wouldn't be seen in Western culture for hundreds of years. They made complicated designs on their nails with henna, ground flowers, and mineral pigments. Colours and patterns showed things like social status, marital status, and even political beliefs. The length and decoration of fingernails turned into a complicated visual language that people who knew how to read it could understand. In Chinese culture, perfume served more purposes than just smelling good. People thought that different scents could heal, change their mood, and even bring them good luck. Chinese perfumers made scents from incense that were worn in special pendants or sachets instead of being put directly on the skin. These portable perfumes let the wearer change their scent during the day based on what they were doing and who they were with. As you continue your mental journey east, you find yourself in Japan during the Heian period, 794 to 1185 CE, where you see one of the most unique and complex beauty cultures in history. During this time, Japanese court life came up with aesthetic practices that were so intricate and advanced that they changed Japanese beauty standards for more than 1,000 years. The makeup of Heian Japan was known for its sharp, dramatic contrasts and precise geometric patterns. The most noticeable thing was the pure white face powder made from rice flour, which made the skin look almost like a mask and made the makeup look even more fake. This wasn't meant to look natural, it was meant to look otherworldly, turning the person wearing it into something that looked like a work of art. Imagine a Heian court lady getting ready for a night at the imperial palace. She starts putting on her makeup in the middle of the afternoon, and she needs help from skilled servants who have been trained for years in the exact methods needed. The first step is to put on oshiroi, which is the white face powder that will be the base for everything else. To make a smooth paste, mix the white powder with water, and then use special brushes to apply it in thin layers. The coverage has to be completely even, and go beyond the natural hairline to make a smooth, white oval that hides the natural shape of the face. The effect is striking and a little strange. The woman's face becomes a blank canvas for art. Next are the eyebrows. In the Heian style, they were completely removed and redrawn as small oval shapes high on the forehead. People used charcoal or ink to paint these fake eyebrows, called hikimayu, in places that had nothing to do with where eyebrows naturally grow. These painted eyebrows had to be placed and shaped according to strict fashion rules that changed slightly over time. By today's standards, the eyes themselves don't get much attention. Heian women didn't use dramatic makeup to draw attention to their eyes. Instead, they often painted thin red lines along the inner corners of their eyes to make a subtle but noticeable accent. The goal was to make a soft, slightly sad face that was thought to be the most beautiful thing about women. But the most unique thing about Heian makeup was ohaguro, which is the practice of blackening the teeth. They did this by mixing iron filings and vinegar, which made the teeth a deep black colour. Far from being considered unattractive, blackened teeth were a mark of beauty, maturity, and high social status. Blackened teeth were a sign of refined femininity, and only married women and court ladies of a certain age would do it. The lips in Heian makeup were painted with red pigment made from safflower petals in the shape of a small bow, but these weren't painted over the natural lip line. Instead, white powder was put on the natural sole lips, butt, and a small red shape was painted in the middle of the mouth. The end result was a tiny, perfect red accent that looked more like a flower petal than a mouth. During this time, Japanese incense culture was very advanced. Court ladies would use special boxes to burn different types of incense to make their clothes smell good. The scents would stay on silk robes for days. Different combinations of incense were linked to different seasons, feelings, and even themes in literature. A woman's scent became a part of who she was and how she expressed herself artistically. The tools that Japanese women used to do their makeup were works of art in their own right. The best animal hairs were used to make brushes, and the handles were made of bamboo and had beautiful designs on them. People made mirrors out of polished bronze, and the backs of many of them had beautiful art scenes on them. The containers for cosmetics were made from expensive materials and were meant to be as pretty as the cosmetics inside. When you move south to India, you come across another unique cosmetic tradition, tsul, but at combined lips. Spiritual meaning with beautiful looks. Indian beauty practices have been around for more than 5,000 years and are closely linked to Ayurvedic medicine, religion, and social customs. Indian cosmetics were known for their bright colours and natural ingredients that could be used for more than one thing. Turmeric, for instance, was used as a golden face powder that made the skin look beautiful and had antiseptic and anti-inflammatory properties. Sandalwood paste made a cool, fragrant base for makeup and kept the skin safe from the harsh Indian sun. Kohl was the most famous part of Indian makeup, but Indian kohl was different from Egyptian kohl. Gudba kombins kajal, jute or surma, also known as Indian kohl, was made from soot from lamps, ghee, clarified butter, and a mix of medicinal herbs. Families often made the dish at home, using recipes that had been passed down through the years. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. Henna was a big part of Indian beauty culture. It was used to make beautiful designs on hands and feet for special occasions. Putting on henna was a social event where women got together to help each other make intricate designs while telling stories and getting to know each other better. Henna art was a great way to celebrate certain events and times of year because it only lasts for a short time. Betel leaves made Indian lip colour by making a natural red stain when chewed. This practice had many benefits. It freshened breath, helped with digestion, and made lips the right shade of red. The colour's brightness showed how recently the betel had been chewed, making a natural timeline of beauty that changed throughout the day. As you think about these different Asian beauty traditions, you're seeing cultures that understood something deep about how inner and outer beauty are connected, as well as how personal expression and cultural identity are connected. Each tradition came up with advanced methods and ideas about beauty that affected not only looks, but also health, spirituality, and social relationships. These old Asian beauty rituals were the start of modern beauty traditions that still shape the way people around the world use cosmetics. Their focus on natural ingredients, exact application methods, and the connection between beauty, health, and spirituality gives us timeless advice that is still useful today. As you get more comfortable under your blanket, think about the interesting social divisions that have always been a part of the world of beauty and cosmetics. Makeup has been both a bridge and a wall between social classes throughout history. It has made invisible lines that separate the rich from the poor, the noble from the common, and the sophisticated from the simple. Imagine being an observer who can magically move between social classes and see how the same basic human desire for beauty shows itself in very different ways depending on where you are in the social hierarchy. This story about two worlds, one of luxury and one of everyday needs, tells us as much about people and how society works as it does about cosmetics. Imagine what a normal morning was like in Florence in the 15th century, when the Renaissance was at its height. The daughter of a wealthy merchant family starts her long beauty routine in a beautiful palazzo that looks out over the Arno River. Her room is full of strange and beautiful things, like mirrors framed in silver, cosmetic containers made from carved ivory, and pigments that come from all over the world. She starts her morning routine before dawn, not because she has to get up early for work, but because it takes hours of careful planning to look perfect. She begins with a bath in water that smells like roses, and is heated to the perfect temperature by servants who have been awake since midnight getting ready for this moment. The bath itself is a luxury, a big wooden tub lined with linen and placed so that the morning light comes through the silk curtains. After she bathes, she starts the long process of getting her trendy pale skin. The white makeup she uses has Cirrus in it, which is a lead-based cosmetic that costs more than most families make in a month. You need skill and expensive tools to do the application. These tools include brushes made from rare animal hairs, mixing palettes made from precious materials, and a lot of other specialised tools that cost a lot of money to buy. A modern beauty lover would have been amazed by the number of cosmetics she had. She has a lot of different pigments, and each one is kept in its own special container. She got them through trade networks that go all over the world. Her makeup collection is like a museum of the world's wealth, with ultramarine blue from Afghanistan, cinnabar red from Spain, and gold leaf from Africa. But the most expensive part of her beauty routine isn't the makeup, it's the time it takes. She can spend 3 hours every morning getting ready because she doesn't have to work, take care of kids, cook, or clean the house. Her beauty routine is a luxury that shows off her social status just as well as any title or crown. Now let's look at a different neighbourhood in the same city, where the wife of a wool worker starts her own morning routine. She gets up before the sun rises, not to look good, but to stay alive. She has to feed the kids, finish her work, and take care of the house with resources that have to last a long time. If you can call it a beauty routine, it happens in the minutes between more important things. She might splash cold water on her face from a shared well, run her fingers through her hair to make it look nice, and maybe put on some homemade rouge made from crushed berries or red clay that she found near the city walls. There is a big difference between the cosmetic materials. The merchant's daughter uses lead powder from another country, while the worker's wife might use chalk dust or flour mixed with animal fat to make her face look whiter. The rich woman puts valuable cinnabar on her lips, while the working woman uses the juice from red berries or the colour that comes from biting her lips over and over again. But this is where the story gets interesting. Both women are doing the same basic thing that all people do. Both are using the resources they have to look better, show who they are, and fit in with the beauty standards of their community. The difference is not in the desire itself, but in the ways to make it happen. The cosmetics that working women use may not be as fancy, but they are often more useful and sometimes healthier than the more expensive ones. Her berry-based blush won't hurt her skin like cosmetics that contain lead. Her face powder made of flour and fat is less refined, but it lets her skin breathe. Her simple preparations are made fresh and used right away. so they don't have the problems that expensive cosmetics do when they are stored for a long time. The social dynamics of cosmetic use have created some really interesting contradictions over the years. In many cultures, only rich people were allowed to wear the most dramatic and fake makeup. Working people were expected to look more natural. But getting that natural look often took just as much skill and work as making fake beauty look good. Think about ancient Rome, where a senator's wife might spend the whole morning putting on layers of white lead makeup, red cinnabar rouge and fancy eye paints. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. People thought that the wealthy woman's fake look was elegant and proper, but looks then a lower-class woman tried to make herself look better. It was often seen as vain or pretentious. This double standard existed in part because makeup was a way for people to show off their social status. The expensive makeup and complicated application methods showed that the person wearing it had the money to buy luxury items and the time to use them right. A woman who showed up at dawn with perfectly applied makeup was saying that she had servants to wake her up, get her makeup ready, and help her with the complicated process of putting it on. Beauty tools also showed how wealthy someone was. Rich women had mirrors made of polished silver or bronze that were often decorated with detailed engravings and put in expensive frames. They made their makeup brushes out of animal hairs from faraway places and gave them handles made of ivory, gold, or rare woods. Their makeup containers were works of art in their own right, meant to show off their wealth and taste. Women who worked used much simpler tools. Their mirrors could be pieces of polished metal, or even a bowl of clear water. They often made their brushes out of things they had on hand, like frayed twigs, scraps of cloth, or even their own fingers. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Archaeological evidence indicates that, notwithstanding these material disparities, working women frequently exhibited greater innovation in their cosmetic techniques compared to their affluent counterparts. Because they had to try out different materials, which led to discoveries about natural cosmetics that rich people, who could afford expensive imported ingredients, might never have made. In medieval Europe, the cosmetic divide became even bigger when religious leaders linked makeup to moral decay. The church taught that God made people perfectly, and trying to make God's creation better could be a sin. This religious view made things complicated for society because rich women kept using fancy makeup in private, while pretending in public that their beauty was completely natural. This religious restriction had an interesting effect on how cosmetics were made. Women learned how to make makeup that looked natural but made them look much better. They learned how to subtly lighten their skin, make their lips look naturally red, and darken their lashes in ways that looked like natural gifts rather than fake improvements. The growth of trade guilds in medieval cities gave working-class women more chances to get involved in the world of cosmetics. As part of their professional training, women who worked as perfumers, ointment makers, or cosmetic preparers could get better ingredients and learn more advanced methods. These women often acted as links between high-end and low-end beauty practices by finding ways to use expensive methods with cheap materials. Royal courts have always been places where new cosmetics were tested out. With unlimited resources and a lot of competition, people were always trying new things. Court ladies would compete to look the best and most fashionable, which caused makeup techniques and beauty standards to change quickly. The beauty routines that started in royal courts would eventually spread throughout society, but they would often be simpler and more useful. The French court of Versailles during the reign of Louis XIV is a great example of how elite cosmetic culture could get very complicated. Court ladies would spend hours each day putting on layers of white paint, rouge, and fancy decorations. For example, they would cut small patches from silk or velvet and put them on their faces in patterns that showed how they felt, what political party they belonged to, or whether they were available for romance. These court fashions were so fancy and costly that they kept anyone who wasn't very rich from fully participating. One pot of the best white face paint could cost as much as a servant's yearly pay. Because it took so long to do it right, only women with a lot of servants could get the full effect. But even the servants at Versailles made their own beauty products, making simpler versions of the latest fashions using things they could afford or get through their jobs. Kitchen maids used lard and flour to make their faces look like the white paint used by the rich. Laundresses made colourful makeup out of the leftover dyes from washing clothes. Seamstresses made their own beauty patches out of scraps of fabric. During times of social unrest, the difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics became even more clear. For instance, during the French Revolution, the elaborate makeup styles that were popular with the upper class became not only unfashionable, but also dangerous. Women who went out in public with the white face paint and rouge of the old regime could have been seen as enemies of the revolution. This made beauty practices more democratic because former aristocrats had to learn how to make simple, natural-looking makeup. At the same time, working women had more freedom to try out makeup techniques that were only available to the upper classes. The revolution literally changed the way French women looked, setting new standards that valued natural beauty and simplicity. The imperial court in ancient China came up with very complicated beauty practices that took years of training to learn how to do right. Court ladies would try to make their skin look perfect, their eyebrows look perfect, and their lips look beautiful. The imperial palace came up with these methods, which were kept secret by palace servants for generations and never shared with anyone outside the palace. But Chinese beauty culture also had a long history of everyday beauty practices that were open to everyone. Women in the village came up with their own ways to use local materials, like rice water for cleaning, flower petals for colour, and different plant extracts for skin care. These folk practices were often more useful and sometimes worked better than the fancy ones used in court. It wasn't just about money that elite and everyday cosmetics were different. It was also about risk. Wealthy women could try dangerous things like mercury, lead, and arsenic, because they could get medical help when these things made them sick. Working women, who couldn't afford such medical care, had to find safer ways to use cosmetics that used natural ingredients and had fewer harmful side effects. This safety gap had long-term effects on the development of cosmetics. Working women who couldn't afford dangerous alternatives were the first to find and improve many of the best and safest cosmetic ingredients. Their useful new ideas eventually changed the way rich women used cosmetics, as they began to see the benefits of safer, more natural ways to look good. The tools and methods used to put on makeup also showed social divisions in interesting ways. Rich women could buy special tools for every part of putting on makeup. For example, they had different brushes for different types of paint, precise tools for making perfect shapes, and complicated storage systems for keeping their makeup collections in order. Women who worked came up with tools and methods that worked best for many different tasks. You could use one brush to put on both lip colour and blush. You could use a small mirror for both personal grooming and work that requires a lot of detail, like needlework. These useful new tools were often better than more specialised elite tools, so people from all walks of life started using them. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history: the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they're looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion. She's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He's advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of coal around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye, as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black coal stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus, and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration, they are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication, because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he's going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she is newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting, and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active, and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she is passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you are doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants. The basic experience is still the same. You're changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we are recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen in foundation, anti-aging ingredients in concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip-plumping, isis-plumping products to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes kohl using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives kohl its unique deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that is so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the kohl will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils, and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the kohl from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Kohl made for everyday use is different from kohl made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just kohl. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colourfast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it is harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light-reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together. The user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realize that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil and ghee not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and airflow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state, so making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science and business, in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup, it's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturizer, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism, and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape, and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and may be the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical, and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings, and other special events. They would share tips, stories, and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people used traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish, and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socializing, art, and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian kohl that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You are the newest artist in the longest-running art form in history. Tomorrow, you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles. knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries, even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history: the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon, around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they are looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion, she's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion, but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He is advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of coal around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black coal stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration. They are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he is going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she's newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy, and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she's passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she will make up but is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you're doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You are changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we are recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen and foundation, anti-aging ingredients and concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years, before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip plumping, ISIS plumping products, to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important, and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little, daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes coal using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives coal its unique, deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that's so fine it feels like silk between her fingers, by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the coal will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the coal from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Coal made for everyday use is different from coal made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just coal. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colorfast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it's harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light-reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together, the user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil and ghee, not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and air flow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. The soot is put on clean plates and then ground up with other medicinal ingredients. Almonds have oils that are good for the sensitive skin around the eyes. Rose petals smell good and have a mild astringent effect. Different herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that help keep your eyes from getting infections and irritated. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state. So making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realize how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its color, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science, and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better, while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. As you drift deeper into the peaceful embrace of the evening, let your mind take you to the most personal parts of ancient beauty culture. The daily routines of putting on makeup that made ordinary people look like their ideal selves. These weren't rushed routines that had to fit into busy modern lives. They were sacred ceremonies that honoured the link between inner beauty and outer expression. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup. It's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey, and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturizer, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers. Not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism, and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape, and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and may be the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings, and other special events. They would share tips, stories, and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people use traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socializing, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honor ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian coal that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You're the newest artist in the longest-running art form in history. Tomorrow you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. Imagine yourself sitting comfortably in what would have been Africa 6 million years ago. But now it's just a lovely neighbourhood with plenty of trees and no property taxes. Like the first parkour enthusiasts in nature, your distant relatives, I mean really distant, like the kind you only see at evolutionary reunions, are having the time of their lives swinging from branch to branch. Your early ancestors had it worked out. Trees offered food, cover, defence against large teeth, and a great place to observe how other primates swung. Up there in the canopy, where the only big decisions were which fruit looked the ripest, and if it was worth investigating that rustling in the next tree over, life was good. Then, however, something began to occur that would alter everything. The atmosphere started to change, much like when your favourite restaurant gradually alters its menu until you can no longer recognise anything on it. After millions of years, the verdant forests began to disappear. Like houses in a suburban development that became a bit too ambitious with the lot sizes, trees became less common and more dispersed. You understand the issue your ancestors faced if you have ever attempted to move from one tree to another when they are slightly too far apart. It's like attempting to cross a creek from one stone to another, only instead of getting wet feet, you run the risk of becoming someone's lunch. When the next handhold was 20 feet away through open grassland, the traditional swing and grab technique wasn't working so well. Thank you very much. Some of your relatives have chosen to continue living in the woods, doubling down on their arboreal lifestyle. For example, they insist on using flip phones because they are reliable. It's actually good for them that these became the ancestors of modern apes. They stayed in their niche. However, others, your specific branch of the family tree if you will, began to spend more time on the ground. Initially, this was most likely merely a practical requirement. A short walk across the increasingly common grasslands was the only way to get from this patch of trees to that patch of trees. It wasn't particularly effective, but it was manageable to crawl across open ground. Imagine attempting to crawl across a parking lot. You can do it, but it will take some time and you will draw strange looks. Furthermore, you could only see what was right in front of your nose while you were down in the grass, which could be anything from a pleasant patch of clover to something that thought of you as a walking appetizer. When the solution began to take shape, it was both sophisticated and a little absurd. Getting to your feet. Simply getting to your feet. Like a meerkat that chose to adopt it as a way of life instead of merely a fast lookout tactic. Naturally, this was not an impulsive choice. Contrary to what some cartoons may portray, evolution does not operate in that manner. It was more akin to a very slow experiment that occurred over hundreds of thousands of years, making it perhaps the longest-running trial period in history. No one woke up one morning and thought, you know what, I'm going to try this walking thing. The initial attempts at upright walking were likely as graceful as a toddler skating on ice, uncertain, wobbly, and involving a lot of falling. However, there were benefits to even those early uncomfortable steps. You could see over the grass, identify opportunities and threats from a greater distance, and appear much more impressive to potential mates if they were attracted to someone who was constantly falling over, which they apparently were. Really, your ancestors were pioneers. They were trying something entirely different, something no primate had ever tried on a regular basis. Since they were the first to try eating cheese, it seemed strange and dangerous, but it ended up being a really smart move. You were there, or more accurately, your grandparents were there, making their first hesitant forays into the world of bipedalism. And believe me when I say that those initial steps were more like, please don't let me fall on my face again, than giant leap for mankind. The problem with standing up, though, is that you start to realise how beneficial it is once you start doing it on a regular basis. It's similar to realising you've been living in a soft-focus world and finally cleaning your glasses. The scenery suddenly opened up. You could track where your family members had gone, find the best routes to those strewn trees, and spot predators from a distance instead of just seeing grass and the occasional antelope ankle. Although the visual advantage was enormous, the learning curve was as steep as the hiking trail of a mountain goat. It's like going from riding a bicycle with training wheels to performing in Cirque du Soleil. Your ancestors had to learn how to balance on 2 feet instead of 4. The amazing little organ that prevents you from falling over when you stand up too fast, the inner ear, had to recalibrate itself from the ground up. As you read this, consider all the small muscles and movements your body performs to keep you standing. Like a driver on an icy road, your brain is continuously making micro-corrections, swerving into tiny skids that you aren't even aware of. All of this was something your ancestors had to create from the ground up, making what was basically a full-time job of not falling down into something that just happened. It was a revolutionary hands-free advantage. Your hands are essentially prime real estate taken up by the unglamorous task of moving when you're knuckle walking. But when you get up, your hands are free to do other things. Instead of eating the food right away, like some sort of prehistoric fast food experience, you could take it home to your family. Humanity's first step toward becoming the creatures that would eventually collect everything from stamps to old lunchboxes was likely the ability to pick up and examine interesting objects. The use of tools was made possible in previously unimaginable ways. Chimpanzees can fish termites out of a mound with a stick, but they are unable to transport an entire toolkit. Humanity's first mobile workshops were made possible by your upright ancestors' ability to gather practical objects like sturdy sticks and rocks. They were similar to prehistoric handymen, but instead of building kitchen cabinets, they worked on survival projects. Another unanticipated advantage was the cooling system. It may seem counterintuitive to stand upright in the African sun. After all, it exposes more surface area to the heat. Even though they weren't aware of it consciously, your ancestors were smarter than that. They increased their exposure to cooling breezes and decreased their exposure to the direct overhead sun by standing up. If you didn't mind looking a little goofy while it was in use, it was similar to having an integrated climate control system. In order to accommodate this new way of life, hairstyles even began to shift. A natural sun hat was created by the body hair remaining thicker on top of the head, but becoming less dense overall. Practical, efficient, and establishing trends that would eventually result in some genuinely dubious hairstyles throughout human history. It was evolution's take on functional fashion. The biggest shift, though, might have been psychological. Your ancestors appeared larger, more impressive, and more substantial when they stood up. This was no small advantage in a world where being a formidable person could mean the difference between being left alone or being someone's dinner. It was the ancient equivalent of dressing nicely for a job interview. It didn't alter your identity, but it did alter how other people saw you. The challenge of surviving in a changing world was the occasion, and your ancestors were literally rising to the occasion. Every shaky step, every successful tree-to-tree crossing, every successful moment of avoiding falling was leading to something never seen before in the history of life on Earth. Now, you might assume that the difficult part was over once your ancestors learned the fundamentals of standing up. You'd be mistaken. It's like assuming you're prepared for the Tour de France once you learn how to ride a bicycle. There was a lot of trial and error involved in the transition from technically possible to actually practical, with a focus on the latter. Over hundreds of thousands of years, significant skeletal changes were necessary for full-time bipedalism. In order to distribute weight evenly when standing erect, your ancestors' spines had to grow curves they had never had before, forming an S. Walking upright without these curves would have been like attempting to balance a pile of books as someone continued to add more to the top. There was a complete renovation of the pelvis, if you will. Apes have long, narrow pelvises that are ideal for supporting a horizontal body, but dreadfully inadequate for supporting a vertical one. In order to accommodate internal organs arranged vertically rather than horizontally, your ancestors evolved wider, bowl-shaped pelvises. After choosing to live on the walls rather than the floors, it was similar to moving all the furniture around a house. Leg bones realigned and became stronger. The knees were able to properly align under the centre of gravity of the body because the thigh bone formed an angle that would make any geometry teacher proud. In order to absorb the shock of heel-to-toe walking, feet changed from being flexible, grasping appendages to rigid platforms with arches. Your ancestors were literally starting over from scratch. This is where things start to get interesting and a little awkward. Humans still have to make trade-offs as a result of all these changes. That slender pelvis that allowed for upright walking. It also greatly increased the difficulty and risk of childbirth. Your female ancestors were effectively making a trade-off between mobility and ease of reproduction, which would have long-term effects on our species. In addition to effectively distributing weight, the curved spine produced weak spots that continue to cause issues. People have been complaining of lower back pain for millions of years. It's not just a modern occurrence brought on by desk work and bad posture. Although they most likely weren't aware of this specific first, your ancestors were pioneers in the field of chronic back problems. In the meantime, the feet that had become so good for walking turned into awful ones for climbing. For grasping branches, those inflexible arches and straight toes that were ideal for covering ground were ineffective. Evolutionarily speaking, your ancestors were burning their bridges by settling for a terrestrial lifestyle with fewer and fewer tree backup plans. Without a doubt, there were many spectacular failures during the learning process. Imagine attempting to flee from a predator after you've only just learned how to walk upright. Imagine trying to negotiate uneven ground while your balancing system is still in beta testing. In essence, your ancestors were relearning how to use their bodies, much like someone recuperating from a serious injury. Only the injury was caused by millions of years of quadrupedal evolution. During this time of transition, children must have been especially entertaining. If you've ever seen a human toddler learn to walk, imagine how unsteady they were. Then, add in the fact that the adults weren't much more stable. Like a group expedition led by people who had never gone hiking before, families most likely moved very slowly and fell a lot. However, they continued because the benefits were becoming indisputable. In this honest business, each generation was marginally superior to the previous one. Offspring with stronger spines, improved balance, or more effective walking patterns had a higher chance of surviving and procreating. Those who were able to learn this strange new way of moving through the world were rewarded by natural selection. Better balance control and spatial awareness were being developed by the brain in tandem with these physical changes. That vital part of the brain that controls movement, the cerebellum, was being thoroughly exercised and improving as a result. As they learned to use their newly acquired abilities, your ancestors were literally growing into their new bodies. Your ancestors had become fairly proficient at this standing-up business by this point. They weren't particularly elegant yet. Think functional rather than elegant, but they made real progress by being able to move from point A to point B without constantly embarrassing themselves. The desire to see what lay beyond the next hill, which would forever define humanity, came along with this newfound mobility. Because your ancestors became the ultimate tourists, this is where your family history becomes really fascinating. However, they were exploring completely new continents and establishing the human presence in places no primate had ever seen before, rather than snapping photos and purchasing trinkets. Walking had become so efficient that long-distance travel was no longer just feasible, but also necessary. The world begins to appear as though it is just waiting for you to explore it, once you're able to move quickly and steadily, carry your supplies and food with you, and improve your teamwork skills. This wasn't just a weekend getaway. Your ancestors started the first major human migration out of Africa. In the end, this multi-generational journey would disperse humanity throughout the world. Since walking was their new superpower, they travelled by foot from Africa to the Middle East, Asia, and finally Australia and the Americas. By today's standards, the pace was slow. In a good year, these groups might travel a few miles, stopping wherever resources were plentiful, making temporary settlements, and then continuing on when necessity or curiosity demanded it. It resembled the world's slowest and longest treasure hunt more than a planned expedition, with the treasure being simply finding what was around the next corner. Their ability to walk upright was further honed by the new challenges presented by each new setting. They learned endurance and how to move effectively over sand and stone in the desert. Their sure-footedness and balance were developed in mountainous areas. They were exposed to walking on a variety of surfaces in coastal areas, including sand, rocks and tide pools, all of which required minor adjustments to their balance and gait. Walking's social components gained equal weight with its physical ones. Better communication systems had to be developed in order for groups to coordinate their movements. When you needed to say something like, "There's a river 3 days' walk north that has excellent fishing, but watch out for the cranky hippopotamuses," you couldn't just grunt and point. Language became crucial for exchanging navigational information, discussing route options and organising stops. Walking in groups also meant creating systems of cooperation and social hierarchy. Who determines the speed? Without abandoning the slower walkers, how can you make accommodations for them? When someone is hurt, what do you do? The idea of group travel with all the associated logistical difficulties was essentially being invented by your ancestors. They developed increasingly advanced and specialised tools for their nomadic way of life. Heavy, one-time use tools were preferred over lightweight, portable, multifunctional items. They continuously improved their equipment to strike a balance between portability and functionality, much like prehistoric hikers. A good walking stick became useful not only for stability but also as a measuring tool, a testing ground probe, and a reach extension. When they lived mostly in trees, the weather became a constant factor in ways that it had never been before. Their bodies were more exposed to wind, rain, and temperature fluctuations when they were walking upright. They had to learn how to read weather patterns, plan their routes around seasonal changes, and devise strategies for travelling in various weather conditions. They developed extraordinary navigational skills. They learned to read landscapes like books without the use of maps, GPS, or even written language. Mountain shapes, river flows, vegetation patterns, and animal behaviour all contributed to the development of a complex system for navigating uncharted territory. By establishing patterns of curiosity and movement that would eventually take their descendants to every part of the planet, your ancestors were penning the first chapters of human exploration. With only their ability to walk upright, their developing intelligence and an apparently insatiable desire to see what lay beyond the next horizon, they were the first pioneers. Even your ancestors probably didn't anticipate the intriguing turn your family history is about to take. Their brains were being remarkably impacted by all of this walking, carrying, tool use, and acclimating to new surroundings. It was similar to a very long-term, very slow fitness program, but it was building intelligence rather than muscle. One of the most graceful feedback loops in evolution is the connection between brain development and upright walking. Your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed them to use their hands for more difficult tasks. They needed more advanced hand-eye coordination than they had ever needed before in order to use tools, make tools, and carry several objects at once. The really clever part, though, is that the parts of the brain that govern precise hand movements are located directly adjacent to those that govern language and abstract thought. Ideas tend to flow back and forth, much like when your office and workshop are adjacent. Your ancestors were unintentionally creating the neural infrastructure that would eventually enable sophisticated communication and problem-solving as they improved their motor control for using tools. The actual brain was enlarging, but not at random. To meet the new demands of bipedal life, certain areas were growing. Already exerting extra effort to control balance and coordination, the cerebellum kept growing. The frontal cortex, which is in charge of planning and making decisions, grew to accommodate the intricate decisions required for group coordination, tool use, and navigation. Consider the activities that your ancestors engaged in on a daily basis. They had to make and maintain tools, remember where resources were, plan routes through uncharted territory, coordinate group movements, and solved problems that their tree-dwelling relatives had never faced. It was similar to enrolling in a full-time multi-year university course on how to solve real-world problems. Their developing brains were especially taxed by the social components of their new way of life. Cooperation and group travel required not only knowing what you had to do, but also knowing what other members of your group were planning and thinking. The ability to comprehend that other people have their own thoughts, intentions and knowledge, what psychologists now refer to as theory of mind, had to be developed. The importance and sophistication of language were growing. Their lifestyle now required complex coordination, and simple gestures and warning calls were insufficient. The water source they had discovered yesterday, the hazardous terrain ahead, and the travel plans for tomorrow were among the things they needed to discuss that weren't immediately available. Thinking abstractly was turning into a survival tactic. Additionally, your ancestors had to contend with a wider range of difficult circumstances. Every new habitat they came across had its own set of challenges. In a desert, how can one locate water? In a new area, what is safe to eat? In a climate that is colder than anything you have ever experienced, how do you stay warm? In essence, each obstacle overcome served as a teaching tool for innovative problem solving. There was an acceleration of the feedback loop between mental development and physical capabilities. More sophisticated tasks were made possible by better tools, which in turn required even better brains. Better group coordination made possible by more advanced communication allowed them to take on increasingly difficult situations that required more complex planning and problem-solving skills. Most significantly, though, they were acquiring what we might refer to as cognitive flexibility, the capacity to modify their way of thinking in response to novel circumstances. Your ancestors were always facing new problems that needed new answers, unlike their relatives who had discovered and remained in successful ecological niches. They were evolving into the best generalists, able to survive in nearly any setting. Their bodies and minds were becoming uniquely intertwined. Their improved vocal control due to their erect posture aided in the development of their language skills. The production of sophisticated tools made possible by their freed hands promoted the growth of their brains. They were able to plan and coordinate better thanks to their enhanced brains, which increased the effectiveness of their bipedalism. Everything was interconnected, and as one advancement led to another, the capabilities increased. Through intelligence, collaboration, and cultural innovation, your ancestors were essentially evolving into a new kind of creature that could adapt to nearly any environment without the need for specialized physical evolution. They were laying the groundwork for all subsequent stages of human development by exchanging biological specialization for mental adaptability. Your ancestors had been walking upright for well over 1 million years by this time in your family's history. They had also become quite proficient at it. However, in evolutionary terms, being good at it meant that they had figured out the fundamental issue of not toppling over all the time. They now had to deal with the subtler optimization problems, like how to walk more effectively, longer, better, and under more difficult circumstances. Human walking became truly remarkable at this point. Your ancestors were becoming the most proficient long-distance walkers the world had ever seen, not just proficient bipeds. They were evolving into the best hiking experts, able to go far on little effort. They created truly amazing mechanics. When done correctly, human walking is basically a controlled fall. You lean forward a little, catch yourself with your other leg, and then use the momentum to keep moving forward. It functions similarly to a perpetual motion machine driven by muscle coordination and gravity. Walking had become an art form for your ancestors. However, endurance walking was the most advanced development. Your ancestors were able to keep up a steady pace for hours, days, or even weeks, whereas other animals might be faster in short bursts. They learned how to walk long distances with heavy loads, negotiate challenging terrain, and keep up this pace for extended periods of time. They resembled infinite-range biological all-terrain vehicles. This was supported by remarkable physical adaptations. Their leg muscles became incredibly efficient, able to contract repeatedly for extended periods of time without becoming tired. During prolonged activity, their cardiovascular systems developed exceptional capabilities to sustain consistent oxygen delivery. Their feet evolved into highly advanced propulsion and shock absorption mechanisms. The control of temperature became especially complex. Your ancestors' capacity to sweat effectively while sustaining constant activity levels is the most sophisticated cooling mechanism in the mammalian world. In hotter climates, they could walk all day, whereas other animals needed to take cover from the heat. The more they worked, the more effective the built-in air conditioning became. Long-distance walking's psychological effects were equally as significant as its physical ones. Your ancestors possessed exceptional mental endurance, which is the capacity to stay motivated and focused during long periods of repetitive work such as hours or days. They developed the ability to pace themselves, find rhythm and flow in prolonged movement, and keep the group cohesive during lengthy travels. Modern explorers would be impressed by the level of navigation skills attained. They were able to plan multi-day routes through unfamiliar territory, remember and return to specific locations after long absences, and maintain direction across featureless terrain without the use of any tools other than their own senses. They gained an intuitive awareness of seasonal variations, natural navigational markers, and landscape patterns. Group long-distance travel required extraordinary social coordination. Throughout possibly weeks of travel, groups had to coordinate rest periods, share the load of carrying supplies, keep their unity, and synchronize their pace. In essence, they were creating the ideas of expedition management, teamwork, and logistics. They developed an extremely complex relationship with the terrain. They acquired the ability to read various ground types and modify their stride for maximum effectiveness on grass, mud, rock, or sand. They created methods for safely traversing through dense vegetation, crossing streams, and walking on steep slopes. Every kind of terrain turned into a puzzle that needed to be solved using walking technique. Their walking lifestyle was supported by the evolution of tool use. Walking sticks evolved into multifunctional tools for testing the ground, determining depth, reaching objects, and offering leverage on challenging terrain. They were no longer only used for balance. More advanced carrying systems that efficiently distributed weight for long-distance transportation were developed. Most significantly, though, your ancestors were acquiring what we might refer to as walking wisdom, an innate sense of rhythm, pace, endurance, and efficiency that would later come to define humanity. In addition to learning how to walk, they were also learning how to walk far, walk well, and make walking a long-term, sustainable lifestyle. They were producing something that had never been seen before in natural history, thanks to their unique blend of physical prowess, mental stamina, social coordination, and technical proficiency in bipedal locomotion. In addition to being animals with the ability to walk upright, your ancestors were developing into the most proficient long-distance drivers the world had ever seen. Millions of years later, you are most likely sitting and reading this, which would have perplexed your early ancestors, who had to go to such lengths to get you upright in the first place. The beauty of the whole story, however, is that your ancestors learned to do more than just stand up and walk. They learned to do it so well that you now have the freedom to decide when to use the amazing skills they acquired. In the end, becoming proficient at bipedalism involved much more than simply moving from one location to another. It turned into the cornerstone of everything that makes people special. Upright posture, improved vocal tract configuration, and breath control, which contributed to the development of language. Hands were released from locomotion, allowing for the use of complex tools. Because group travel and coordination required advanced planning and communication skills, social cooperation developed. Millions of years of walking have left their mark on your brain today. Numerous generations of ancestors who had to negotiate difficult terrain while remaining upright shaped the neural pathways that govern balance, coordination, and spatial awareness. The ongoing difficulties of group coordination and long-distance travel extended the areas in charge of planning and problem-solving. Even the skills your ancestors acquired through bipedalism are essential to your current way of life. You use skills developed over millions of years of upright walking when you move through a crowded area, keep your balance on a moving bus, or coordinate your movements while carrying multiple objects. You have skills that you probably don't think about much but use all the time because of your ancestors' extensive training in staying vertical. Your ancestors' endurance manifests itself in unexpected ways. Among the animal kingdom's top long-distance runners are still humans. Running marathons, hiking, and other endurance sports activate muscles that were evolved for survival, not sport. You possess the genetic heritage of the greatest walkers in the history of evolution. Human interaction is still influenced by the social aspects of your ancestors' walking lifestyle. All human social organization is built on the cooperation, communication, and group coordination skills they acquired for successful group travel. The skills that your ancestors developed while attempting to travel together across ancient landscapes are used in every team project, coordinated effort, and successful group endeavour. Even in our GPS-enabled world, your relationship with the landscape and navigation reflects skills your ancestors developed out of sheer need. Millions of years of evolutionary development in land navigation have given humans the ability to read terrain, comprehend spatial relationships, and maintain direction. Perhaps most astonishingly, however, your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed humans to flourish in nearly any terrestrial setting, something no other species has been able to do. Because your ancestors acquired such amazing walking skills and the intelligence to use them efficiently, humans are able to adapt and survive in a variety of environments, from the Arctic tundra to the tropical rainforest, from mountaintops to the ocean shores. Being able to stand up straight was not only a physical accomplishment, it marked the start of human civilization, culture, technology, and language. The foundation your ancestors laid when they first got up and made the decision to remain that way is the basis for all human achievements, from the invention of the first stone tools to space exploration. Take a moment to appreciate the incredible journey that led you to this point the next time you stand up. Really stand up, with your head high, hands free, spine curved just right, and your weight balanced on 2 feet. You are the offspring of creatures that took one of the most unlikely risks in the history of the natural world and made it work remarkably well. You're the result of millions of years of evolutionary experimentation. The ability to stand tall in the world, both literally and figuratively, is a gift from your ancestors. They evolved into beings that made upright walking their defining trait, rather than creatures that occasionally stood up to gain a better view. They transformed a last-ditch effort to adapt to changing conditions into the greatest adventure in human history. You can now sleep soundly knowing that you will be taking part in one of the most successful evolutionary innovations in the history of life on Earth when you wake up and walk for the first time tomorrow. Good walks and sweet dreams. You're standing on a wooden platform somewhere in Ohio, and it's 1847. The morning air smells primarily of coal smoke with a hint of adventure. Your carpet bag sits heavy in your hand, stuffed with everything you own that seemed important 3 days ago when you decided to head west. Now you're wondering why you packed 2 pairs of Sunday shoes and only 1 spare shirt. The locomotive sits before you, hissing and clanking like some great metal beast with indigestion. Steam puffs from various openings, and you can't shake the feeling that the whole contraption might explode at any moment. The engineer, a grizzled man with arms like tree trunks, seems remarkably unconcerned about this possibility. He's probably seen enough boiler explosions to know what one looks like before it happens. This thought doesn't comfort you as much as you'd hoped. You climb aboard the passenger car, which is essentially a wooden box on wheels with windows. The seats are arranged in rows facing forward, though seats is perhaps too generous a term. They're more like church pews with backs, upholstered in horsehair that prickles through your clothes. The aisle between them is narrow enough that 2 people can't pass without one of them sucking in their stomach and doing a little sideways shuffle. Your fellow passengers are settling in around you. There's a woman in a severe black dress who's already claimed the window seat and looks like she'd defend it with her life. Behind her, a travelling salesman arranges his sample cases with the precision of a military operation. Across the aisle, a young mother tries to convince her toddler that the train isn't actually a monster, though the child seems sceptical, and frankly, you don't blame him. The conductor appears, a man whose moustache has its own postal code. He's wearing a uniform that's seen better decades and carries a pocket watch he consults with religious devotion. "All aboard," he calls, though you're already aboard so you're not sure if the request applies to you or if you should get off and get back on again. You choose to remain where you are. With a tremendous jolt that nearly sends you into the lap of the stern woman by the window, the train begins to move. The wheels make a rhythmic clacking sound that will haunt your dreams for the next 3 weeks. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack, clackety-clack. It's almost musical, if your taste in music runs to repetitive percussion, performed by iron wheels on iron rails. The scenery outside starts to crawl past. At this speed, you could probably hop off, pick some wildflowers and hop back on again, though the conductor's moustache suggests the idea wouldn't be appreciated. Fields roll by, dotted with cows who seem mildly interested in this mechanical intrusion into their pastoral day. A farmer waves from his plough and you wave back, feeling very cosmopolitan and modern. The car rocks gently from side to side, not entirely unlike being in a cradle, if cradles were made of wood and iron and pulled by steam engines. The motion is soothing once you get used to it, though it takes about the same amount of time as a mild case of seasickness. You close your eyes and try to imagine you're on a ship sailing across prairies instead of oceans. Your carpet bag slides around on the floor with each curve and bump. Everybody's luggage performs a small dance, and every now and then someone's hatbox tries to escape, only to have its embarrassed owner restrain it. The woman next to you has tied her reticule to her wrist with what appears to be a shoelace. Clearly she's travelled by train before. Outside, the world passes by at the breathtaking speed of about 15 miles per hour. The present is the future, you think to yourself. The present is what progress looks like. People travel across vast distances on iron horses, reaching speeds that would have been unthinkable for your grandparents. However, at this moment, as I watch a particularly energetic squirrel keep pace with the train for a solid 30 seconds, the entire experience feels less revolutionary and more quaint. The whistle blows, a long, mournful sound that somehow manages to be both exciting and lonely at the same time. You're moving now, carried forward by steam and steel into whatever adventure awaits down the line. After your first hour aboard, you're beginning to understand that train travel comes with its peculiar social rules, most of which nobody bothered to write down anywhere. It's like being invited to a party where everyone knows the secret handshake except you. Take the window seat situation, for instance. The woman beside you has established squatters' rights on the window view, and she guards it jealously. When you lean slightly toward the glass to catch a glimpse of a particularly captivating cow, she shifts her considerable bulk to block your view entirely. It seems like she's following proper train etiquette, but you suspect she's making it up as she goes. The art of eating aboard a moving train proves to be more challenging than you'd anticipated. The railroad has thoughtfully provided a dining car, though dining is perhaps too elegant a term for what transpires there. You make your way down the aisle, grabbing seat backs and fellow passengers for support as the car sways and lurches. The dining car attendant, a man who's clearly made peace with the chaos of his profession, serves up plates of food that seem determined to slide into your lap. Your beef stew sloshes from side to side with each train rock. You quickly learn to time your spoonfuls with the motion of the car, scooping up stew when it slides toward you, and waiting patiently when it migrates to the far side of the bowl. It resembles a fishing experience, albeit with gravy and vegetables as the catch, and a constantly shifting pond. The other diners have developed various strategies for dealing with mobile meals. One gentleman has wedged his plate between two coffee cups, creating a little edible fortress. A lady at the next table has given up entirely on utensils, and is politely nibbling her dinner roll while watching her soup perform acrobatics. The travelling salesman from your car has somehow managed to balance his entire meal on his knees while continuing to work on his correspondence. You suspect he's part circus performer. Coffee service presents its own unique challenges. The attendant approaches with a large pot and the confident air of someone who's done the job 1,000 times before. He pours the coffee in a smooth arc that somehow accounts for the train's motion, the cup's movement, and the likelihood that you'll jerk your hand at the crucial moment. Most of the coffee actually makes it into the cup, which feels like a small miracle. Between meals, you discover that privacy is a negotiable concept aboard a train. Your fellow passengers seem to view your personal business as legitimate entertainment. The stern woman by the window has taken to commenting on your reading material, despite the fact that you haven't asked for her literary opinions. When you pull out a penny novel, she sniffs disapprovingly and mutters something about the decline of modern morals. You consider pointing out that her own reading material appears to be a temperance tract, but decide that discretion is the better part of not getting into an argument with someone you'll be sitting next to for the next 2 days. The travelling salesman has appointed himself the car's unofficial social director. He knows everyone's destination, occupation, and life story within the first 50 miles. By mile 75, he's offering unsolicited advice about everything from the best hotels in Chicago to the proper treatment of bunions. You learn more about bunion care than any reasonable person should know. However, you must admit that his enthusiasm is endearing. The bathroom facilities on the train deserve special mention, although they may not be ideal to use during dinner time. Embracing nature's call while travelling at 15 miles per hour over questionable track demands a certain level of athletic ability and a willingness to embrace adventure. The facilities themselves are about the size of a broom closet, furnished with a seat that seems designed by someone who'd never actually sat down before. The whole experience teaches you new levels of appreciation for stationary plumbing. Nightfall brings its set of social challenges. The seats don't recline exactly, but you can achieve a sort of semi-slumped position that passes for comfort if you're not particular about your spine's alignment. The stern woman has produced a pillow from somewhere and has claimed both armrests with the authority of a territorial squirrel. You fold your coat into a makeshift pillow and settle in for what promises to be a very educational night in the art of sleeping while sitting up. The sounds of the train take on a different quality in the darkness. The clacking of wheels becomes more pronounced, almost rhythmic. Someone several seats back has begun snoring in counterpoint to the train's rhythm, creating an odd sort of mobile lullaby. Morning arrives with the subtlety of a brass band, announced by the conductor's voice calling out the next station stop. You've managed about 3 hours of actual sleep, scattered throughout the night in 20-minute intervals, between the train's more enthusiastic lurches and the creative snoring symphony that developed around midnight. Your fellow passengers are stirring with various degrees of success. The travelling salesman appears to have slept like a baby, if babies typically woke up perfectly groomed and ready to discuss the virtues of their latest patent medicine. The stern woman looks exactly as severe as she did yesterday, leading you to suspect she may not actually sleep, but simply powers down like some sort of Victorian automaton. A new passenger boards at this stop, and he's the kind of character that makes train travel memorable. He's clearly a frontier type, dressed in buckskins that have seen more adventure than a penny novel. His beard appears to have been styled by a windstorm, and he carries himself with the easy confidence of someone who's wrestled bears and lived to tell about it, probably over dinner. He settles into a seat across the aisle, and immediately begins regaling anyone within earshot with tales of his exploits. According to his stories, he's been a trapper, a scout, a gold prospector, and briefly, a circus performer. You suspect some embellishment, particularly regarding the story about training a wild mustang to fetch his morning coffee, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Even the stern woman seems grudgingly interested, though she maintains her disapproving expression as a matter of principle. The young mother with the toddler has given up any pretense of controlling her child, who has discovered that the aisle makes an excellent racetrack. The boy careens from seat to seat, using passengers' knees as turning posts in his Grand Prix. Most travellers accept this with resigned good humour, though the travelling salesman looks nervous about his carefully arranged sample cases. At the next stop, a preacher boards, recognisable by his severe black coat and the way he surveys the car, as if calculating everyone's likelihood of salvation. He takes a seat near the back and immediately begins reading from what you assume is a Bible, though at this distance it could be a cookbook for all you know. The frontier character catches sight of him and grins, and you sense that philosophical discussions may be in your future. A group of immigrants fills several seats near the front of the car. They speak in a language you don't recognise, gesturing animatedly and pointing out the windows at the passing landscape. Their excitement is palpable, and you realise you're witnessing people seeing their new country for the first time. It provides perspective on your own journey, although you're still not entirely sure why you chose to head west initially. The dining car attendant makes his rounds, announcing breakfast with the air of someone who's given up hoping anyone will be surprised by the menu. There's hardtack, coffee as strong as a horseshoe, and a dish that could easily pass for eggs if you don't scrutinise it too closely. The frontier character claims that the food is the finest cuisine he has experienced since leaving civilization. However, considering his stories about eating bark and prairie grass, this may not be a significant compliment. Conversation flows easily around the car, resembling the interactions of people who have been brought together by circumstance. The preacher and the frontiersman have indeed struck up a debate about the nature of civilization versus the wilderness. The preacher argues for the moral benefits of settled society, while the frontiersman counters with stories about the corrupting influence of cities. You find yourself nodding along to both sides, which probably makes you either very wise or very confused. The stern woman has appointed herself the moral guardian of the car, offering unsolicited commentary on everyone's behaviour, reading material, and general deportment. When the travelling salesman produces a deck of cards, she launches into a lecture about the evils of gambling that would make the preacher proud. The salesman explains that he was merely planning to demonstrate a card trick for the toddler, but she remains unconvinced. By afternoon, the various personalities have settled into a comfortable routine. The frontiersman entertains the group with his stories, The preacher offers moral advice, the travelling salesman provides solutions to unidentified problems, and the stern woman upholds order with her disapproval. The immigrants continue their animated discussions, occasionally breaking into what sounds like folk songs. You've become the unofficial mediator, the neutral party everyone feels comfortable talking to. You may not have strong opinions, or your carpet bag may contain the only good whiskey on the train, hidden under your spare shirts. Either way, you're learning more about human nature than you ever expected. The toddler has worn himself out and finally fallen asleep in his mother's arms, providing the first quiet moment since dawn. Even the train seems to be running more smoothly, as if it too appreciates the brief respite from chaos. The dinner service that evening proves to be an adventure worthy of the frontier itself. You've learned from your lunch experience and approach the dining car with a strategy. Secure your food, find something to brace against, and accept that dignity is optional when travelling at 15 miles per hour over tracks laid by optimistic railroad workers. The menu hasn't changed since breakfast, which isn't particularly surprising given that the dining car's pantry is roughly the size of your grandmother's pie safe. The attendant, whose name you've learned is Frank, has developed a philosophical approach to his work that involves accepting the limitations of cooking aboard a moving train while maintaining unreasonable optimism about the results. Tonight's mystery meat is chicken, but it bounces around your plate like it never got used to being dead. The vegetables have achieved that perfect mushy consistency where you can't quite tell if you're eating carrots or turnips, and frankly it doesn't matter because they both taste like the inside of a coal bin. Your dining companions this evening include a banker from Philadelphia who keeps checking his pocket watch as if he can somehow make the train arrive faster through sheer temporal willpower. Across from him sits a schoolmarm heading to a teaching position in Kansas, armed with enough moral fibre to build a small church and the kind of determined cheerfulness that suggests she's prepared to educate the frontier into submission. The frontiersman has joined your table, bringing with him tales of dining on roasted prairie dog and something he calls mountain oysters, which you suspect aren't actually oysters, and definitely aren't from any mountain you'd care to visit. His stories make the mysterious train chicken seem downright gourmet by comparison. Halfway through the meal, the train hits a particularly ambitious curve, and chaos ensues. Your chicken breaks free, sliding across the table towards the banker, whose reflexes suggest he has successfully avoided flying food in the past. The schoolmarm's coffee creates a small tidal wave that somehow manages to miss her entirely, while thoroughly soaking her bread roll. Frank the attendant doesn't even pause in his serving, having clearly witnessed this performance many times before. The banker, now wearing your dinner, maintains his dignity with admirable stoicism. He dabs at the chicken grease on his vest with the same methodical precision he probably applies to balancing ledgers. Occupational hazard of train dining, he observes philosophically, as if being assaulted by mobile poultry is a regular part of his financial career. With the efficient competence of someone accustomed to managing classroom catastrophes, the schoolmarm produces a handkerchief and begins cleaning up the coffee disaster. Her cheerfulness remains undaunted, though you suspect she's mentally composing letters home about the exotic dangers of frontier dining. After dinner, you retire to your seat to discover that motion sickness has finally caught up with you. It creeps in gradually, starting with a vague uneasiness that you initially attribute to the mysterious chicken. The constant swaying motion of the car, which seemed charming this morning, now feels less like a gentle cradle and more like being trapped inside a powerful washing machine. With the sharp eye of someone who has likely diagnosed half the ailments in her hometown, the stern woman notices your distress. She produces a small bottle from her reticule with the confidence of a travelling apothecary. She announces, "Peppermint oil," as if she's offering a miraculous remedy. Settles the stomach and clears the head. You're in no position to refuse help, even from someone whose previous medical advice consisted mainly of moral lectures. The peppermint oil does help, though whether it's the actual medicine or just the relief of having someone show unexpected kindness is hard to say. The travelling salesman, overhearing your plight, launches into an enthusiastic pitch for his latest remedy, guaranteed to cure everything from motion sickness to melancholy. His sample case reveals an impressive array of bottles, tins, and mysterious packages, each promising to solve problems you didn't know you had. You politely decline his offer of Doctor, Pemberton's miracle elixir, partly because you're feeling better, and partly because anything described as miraculous and sold from a suitcase seems suspect. The rocking motion of the train, which caused your stomach troubles, ironically becomes soothing once the nausea passes. The rhythmic clacking of wheels settles into a hypnotic pattern that makes your eyelids heavy. Outside the windows, twilight is painting the landscape in soft purples and golds, turning ordinary farmland into something almost magical. Your fellow passengers are settling into their evening routines. The preacher has switched from moral philosophy to what appears to be letter writing, his pen scratching across paper in time with the train's rhythm. The immigrants have grown quiet, gazing out at their new country with expressions of wonder and perhaps a little homesickness. The toddler has discovered that the space under the seats makes an excellent fort and has begun a complex game involving his few toys and a remarkable amount of imagination. His mother watches with the patient expression of someone who's learned to find entertainment in the smallest victories. Frank appears with evening coffee, which you accept gratefully despite its resemblance to coal tar, because sometimes the ritual of warmth and caffeine matters more than the actual quality of either. Darkness settles over the train like a familiar blanket, transforming the passenger car into a cosy, if somewhat cramped, cocoon of warm light and human companionship. The conductor makes his evening rounds, lighting the oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the walls and create pools of golden light throughout the car. The effect is intimate, turning your rolling wooden box into something approaching comfortable. Sleeping on a train, you're discovering, is less a single event and more a series of negotiations between your body, the seat, and the laws of physics. The seats weren't designed with overnight comfort in mind, having been crafted by someone who apparently believed that humans were naturally shaped like church pews. You try various positions, the classic slump, the sideways lean, and an ambitious attempt to use your carpet bag as a footrest, which ends with your luggage sliding 3 seats forward during a particularly spirited curve. The stern woman has transformed herself into a fortress of propriety, somehow managing to arrange her shawls and skirts in a way that maintains perfect modesty, while achieving what appears to be actual comfort. You suspect she's had training in this particular skill, possibly from a finishing school that offered advanced courses in travelling with dignity. Her gentle snoring suggests she's mastered the art completely. The frontiersman has claimed 2 seats by virtue of simply being too large for one, and he sleeps with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to bedding down under the open sky. Occasionally he mutters in his sleep, fragments of adventures that may or may not have actually happened. You catch references to ornery mules and the biggest catfish in Missouri, delivered with the same conviction he brings to his waking stories. The travelling salesman has somehow arranged his sample cases into a makeshift bed that looks more comfortable than your seat, though you suspect it violates several unspoken rules about train etiquette. He's covered himself with what appears to be a tarp advertising his patent medicines, turning himself into a human billboard even in sleep. At midnight, the train abruptly stops, startling everyone awake. Through the windows you can see lanterns moving in the darkness, and voices carry the tone of men dealing with some sort of mechanical crisis. The conductor appears, his moustache looking less authoritative than usual, to explain that they're having a small difficulty with the locomotive's enthusiasm, which you take to mean the engine has broken down again. This sort of thing, you're learning, is considered perfectly normal in 1847. Trains break down the way horses throw shoes, or wagon wheels come loose. It's not a crisis, merely an inconvenience that requires patience and possibly some creative engineering. Frank appears with more coffee, as if caffeine is the universal solution to mechanical problems. The delay gives everyone a chance to stretch, walk around, and engage in the kind of philosophical discussions that only happen at midnight when you're stranded beside railroad tracks in the middle of Ohio. The preacher and the frontiersman resume their debate about civilization, now expanded to include theories about mechanical progress and God's opinion of steam engines. The banker produces a flask from his coat and offers it around with the generosity of someone who's given up worrying about propriety at this hour. Even the schoolmarm accepts a small sip, though she makes a face that suggests her temperance principles are still intact, just temporarily suspended for medicinal purposes. The immigrants gather near their seats, talking quietly among themselves while the children sleep against their parents' shoulders. Their patience appears boundless, as if they've grown accustomed to patiently awaiting the start of their lives. You wonder what they're leaving behind and what they hope to find at the end of their journey. Outside, the repair work continues with the steady rhythm of men who know their business. Hammering, the hiss of steam, and occasional cursing that carries clearly in the night air. The locomotive is clearly a temperamental creature that requires both mechanical skill and diplomatic handling. The stern woman has produced needlework from somewhere in her seemingly bottomless reticule and is stitching by lamplight with the concentration of a surgeon. She notices your attention and explains, without prompting, that idle hands, even at midnight beside broken-down trains, are a dangerous place. Her moral principles apparently don't recognise standard sleeping hours. By 2 a.m, the repairs are complete, announced by a triumphant whistle that probably wakes up every cow within 5 miles. Everyone settles back into their improvised sleeping arrangements with the weary satisfaction of travellers who've shared a small adventure. The train begins moving again, with its characteristic series of jerks and jolts, like a giant waking up with arthritis. The rhythmic clacking returns, perhaps slightly more enthusiastic than before, as if the locomotive is making up for lost time. Outside, the dark landscape slides past, dotted with occasional farmhouse windows glowing warm and yellow in the distance. Sleep comes easier now, induced by exhaustion, and the hypnotic motion of wheels on rails. Even your uncomfortable seat begins to feel almost cosy, and you drift off to the sound of gentle snoring, creaking wood, and the endless song of iron wheels carrying you toward whatever adventure awaits at the end of the line. Morning arrives with the reluctant grey light of dawn filtering through the passenger car windows, revealing a landscape that looks suspiciously similar to yesterday's scenery. You're beginning to suspect that Ohio is considerably larger than the map suggested, or possibly that you've been travelling in circles while you slept. The latter seems unlikely, given the determined forward motion of the locomotive, but after 36 hours on rails, your sense of geography has become somewhat negotiable. Your body has achieved a sort of détente with the train seat, accepting discomfort as the natural state of existence, while maintaining hope that sensation will eventually return to your legs. The stern woman is already awake and somehow perfectly groomed, leading you to wonder if she's actually human, or perhaps some sort of travelling automaton designed to make the rest of humanity feel inadequate. Frank begins his morning rounds with coffee that has the consistency of warm tar and twice the potency. The travelling salesman greets the new day with enthusiasm that would be admirable if it weren't quite so early and loud. He's already reorganised his sample cases and is preparing to demonstrate his patent medicines to anyone unfortunate enough to make eye contact. The frontier character awakens from his slumber, akin to a bear emerging from hibernation, accompanied by sound effects capable of frightening small children and possibly even larger ones. His morning routine involves spectacular stretching, creative cursing, and the production of what appears to be hardtack from his coat pocket. He gnaws on this breakfast with the satisfaction of a man accustomed to food that fights back. Outside the windows, the landscape has begun to change subtly. The neat farmsteads of settled Ohio are giving way to wider spaces, more scattered buildings, and longer stretches where civilization seems to have given up entirely. You're approaching the real frontier now, where the map gets vague and adventure becomes less theoretical. The banker consults his pocket watch with increasing frequency, as if he can somehow accelerate the train through sheer temporal anxiety. His destination is Chicago, where he has important business that apparently cannot wait for the normal pace of steam locomotion. He's begun muttering calculations under his breath, working out arrival times with the desperate precision of a man who's promised to be somewhere specific, at a time that's looking increasingly unlikely. Around mid-morning, the train develops what Frank diplomatically calls a case of the slows. The locomotive begins chugging with less enthusiasm, like an aging horse that's decided it's covered enough ground for one day. Your 15-mile-per-hour pace drops to something closer to a brisk walk, which means the energetic squirrels are once again keeping pace outside your window. This mechanical reluctance creates what the conductor announces as a brief delay for locomotive encouragement, which sounds much more dignified than the engine is having another breakdown. You're learning that railroad terminology exists primarily to make mechanical failures sound like deliberate scheduling decisions. The delay provides an opportunity for extended socializing, which by now resembles a mobile town hall meeting. The preacher has begun holding informal services for anyone interested, although his congregation mainly consists of immigrants who may not understand his words but seem to appreciate the familiar rhythm of religious ceremonies. The schoolmarm has started an impromptu geography lesson, using the passing landscape to explain the settlement patterns of the American frontier. Her enthusiasm for education remains undaunted by her audience's mixed interest in learning about soil types and river systems. The toddler seems particularly fascinated by her chalk, which she's somehow produced from her seemingly magical carpet bag. Your fellow passengers have developed the easy familiarity of people who've shared close quarters and minor adventures. Personal space has become a quaint memory, and everyone's life story is now common knowledge. You know about the banker's 3 daughters, the preacher's mission to bring salvation to Kansas, the schoolmarm's correspondence with her sister in Boston, and approximately 47 of the frontiersman's most unlikely adventures. The stern woman has revealed herself to be well-travelled, offering commentary on railroad systems she's experienced from Baltimore to St. Louis. Her disapproval, you realise, comes from extensive experience with the gap between what train travel promises and what it actually delivers. She's less morally outraged than practically disappointed, which somehow makes her criticism more endearing. Lunch consists of the same mysterious substances as yesterday, though Frank has managed to arrange them differently on the plate, creating the illusion of variety. The dining car conversation centres on destination fever, that peculiar condition that affects long-distance travellers as they approach their journey's end. Everyone has begun talking faster, planning more enthusiastically, and checking their belongings with increasing frequency. This anticipation appears to have a particularly strong impact on immigrants. Their excitement is palpable as they recognise that the landscape outside is becoming their new home. They point at farms and towns with the intensity of people claiming territory with their eyes, already beginning the psychological process of belonging somewhere new. By afternoon, even the locomotive seems to have caught destination fever, picking up pace with renewed mechanical enthusiasm. The clacking of wheels takes on a more urgent rhythm, as if the train itself is eager to reach the end of the line and rest its iron bones. The final hours of your train journey unfold with the bittersweet quality of all endings, tinged with both relief and an unexpected nostalgia for the rolling community you've temporarily joined. Your destination appears on the horizon as a smudge of smoke and scattered buildings, growing larger with each rhythmic clack of the wheels. After 3 days of wondering if you'd ever arrive anywhere, the reality of actually reaching the end of the line feels almost surreal. The locomotive seems to sense its approaching rest, developing a more eager chuff that suggests it's as ready as you are to stop moving for a while. Your body has adapted to constant motion so thoroughly that you suspect you'll spend the next week swaying slightly while standing still, like a sailor who's been too long at sea. The stern woman has begun the complex process of reassembling herself into travelling order, folding shawls and securing belongings with the precision of a general preparing for battle. Her transformation from rumpled passenger back into the picture of Victorian propriety is fascinating to watch, involving more pins and strategic tucking than you thought humanly possible. The travelling salesman is conducting a final inventory of his sample cases, probably calculating profits and losses from his mobile pharmacy. He's sold several bottles of his mysterious elixir to fellow passengers, though whether from genuine belief in his products or simply cabin fever-induced purchasing decisions remains unclear. The frontiersman bought 3 bottles, claiming they'd be perfect for trading with Indians, though you suspect he plans to drink them himself. Your fellow travellers begin the ritual of exchanging addresses and promises to write, though you all know that once you step off this train, you'll scatter to your separate destinies, and probably never cross paths again. Still, the ritual matters. These people have become your temporary family, bound together by shared discomfort, and the peculiar intimacy that develops when strangers are trapped in close quarters for days at a time. The banker finally relaxes his death grip on his pocket watch, accepting that he'll arrive when he arrives, and his Chicago business will have to adapt accordingly. His anxiety has transformed into philosophical acceptance, though he mentions several times that he'll never again trust railroad schedules, especially ones written by people who clearly view time as a flexible concept. The preacher has been energized by approaching his mission field, speaking with renewed fervor about bringing civilization and salvation to the frontier. With amusement, the frontiersman listens, occasionally commenting on the type of salvation that truly comes in handy when confronted with hostile wildlife or severe weather. Their ongoing theological debate has become one of the journey's most entertaining features. The schoolmarm has grown quiet as her destination approaches, perhaps contemplating the reality of teaching frontier children who may view book learning as less immediately useful than tracking and shooting skills. Her determination remains unshakable, but it's now tempered with the practical understanding that education takes different forms in different places. The immigrants gather their belongings with reverent care, handling their few possessions like sacred relics. Everything they own in America fits into a handful of bags and bundles, but their faces shine with the hope of people who've successfully crossed an ocean and a continent to reach their dreams. Their excitement is infectious, reminding everyone else that arrival means possibility. The toddler has finally worn himself completely out and sleeps peacefully in his mother's arms, oblivious to the significance of reaching their new home. His mother looks out at the approaching town with the mixed expression of someone who's relieved the journey is ending, but terrified about what comes next. As the train begins its final approach, slowing with a series of gentle jerks and extended whistle blasts that announce your arrival to the waiting town, you realise that this journey has been about more than simply getting from one place to another. You've experienced a slice of America in transition, a country building itself 1 mile of track at a time. The station appears ahead, a simple wooden building that nevertheless represents the end of one adventure and the beginning of another. People wait on the platform, some greeting expected arrivals, others simply curious about who the Iron Horse has delivered to their town today. The final stop arrives with a ceremony befitting the completion of an epic journey. A tremendous hiss of steam, the squeal of brakes, and one last authoritative jolt that sends everyone reaching for something solid to grab. Frank appears in the doorway, announcing your arrival with the satisfaction of a man who successfully delivered another load of hopeful humanity to their chosen destination. You gather your carpet bag, which somehow feels heavier than when you started, though it contains exactly the same items. Perhaps it's weighted down with memories now, or maybe you've just grown weaker from 3 days of train food and improvised sleeping. Either way, you're ready to feel solid ground beneath your feet again. As you step down onto the platform, the absence of constant motion feels strange and wonderful. The world has stopped rocking, stopped clacking, and stopped hissing steam at irregular intervals. The silence is almost overwhelming after days of mechanical conversation. Your fellow passengers disperse with surprising speed, reclaiming their individual identities after days of communal existence. They exchange final handshakes, make last-minute address exchanges, and make promises to write that they may or may not keep. As if you've passed some sort of endurance test she's been administering, the stern woman nods approvingly at your survival of the journey. The locomotive sits steaming quietly, looking somehow smaller now that it's not in motion. The mighty Iron Horse that's been your world for 3 days is just a machine again, waiting for its next load of passengers and their dreams. You shoulder your carpet bag and walk toward the town, your legs still slightly unsteady from days of swaying motion. Behind you, the train whistle blows one last time, a farewell that somehow manages to sound both mournful and hopeful. The frontier stretches ahead, full of possibility and uncertainty in equal measure. You've arrived, carried here by steam and steel and the peculiar magic of American optimism made manifest in iron rails. Whatever happens next, you'll always remember these 3 days when you travelled into the future at 15 miles per hour, accompanied by the most fascinating collection of humanity you've ever had the pleasure to meet. The adventure, you realise, is just beginning.